Oh, good time. The bottle service VIP section for having a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the road to United. Welcome back to the road to University Esports Masters. This is the Campus Masters event, country qualifiers to the University Esports Masters League. This is the League of Legends semi-final for the universities in Morocco between Mohammed First University, also, or rather, better yet, their team name, Voidwalkers Academy, representing Mohammed First University, and Team Full Foundou, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, representing Universite Mohammed Fifth de Rabat. I'm going to assume that means in Rabat. I don't remember much of my French classes. I am your commentator for the day, Pitman. This is a best of three. This is the semi-final. One more step. We're so close to the grand final where the winner of this, the winner of that final will go on to represent the country of Morocco against other university teams all across Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. This again, just for the mention of it, we already had finished Jordan's country qualifier. Their university is already heading up for that University Esports Masters League. This is the second last step before Morocco's chosen one. Now, this is a best of three. We're playing out in fearless draft. There's a lot of things to expect. I don't have many expectations. I'm not too familiar with these teams. However, if we're gonna think about how teams have played before, I'm gonna go under the assumption that a lot of them will probably be playing with things they're comfortable with. We're probably gonna be seeing a lot of mains. I'm not too sure if I remember the last Campus Masters final that I casted. One of them played Zed in one of those games. I'm not too sure if I could remember correctly. I would give you that. Regardless, this is the country qualifier for a tournament with a prize. To get into the tournament that gives them a chance to win in a prize pool of 1,000 euros. There's a lot at stake for these teams, or those teams, later down the line. University Esports Masters League, somewhere down this summer. Stay ready, and you will be rewarded. Now, if you have any friends that you are cheering for, be all the more happy to cheer them in chat. They probably need your support. Just go on the history of what happened between these, or what has been happening between these two universities. Both teams are coming off 2-0 victories, clean 2-0 victories to make it into the semifinals. They beat the other two teams. Those other teams are fighting their way out now in the lower bracket, hoping to make it all the way back to the grand final and meet the loser. And rather, that's not worded as such. Will face the person who is not victorious today, whoever it may be, in this best of three. It is currently 5:12 p.m. Morocco time. Good evening, ladies and gents and everyone. We have a lot at stake to go to this grand finals. I'm not sure what I can expect. I don't know who's playing who. I have the names of who's playing. I don't know who where they play, but we can just assume we're probably going to be seeing maybe a lot of the standard stuff that we see usually in team play. Maybe a high octane isolation composition, hoping to get these picks left, right, and center all across the map. Or maybe we'll be seeing a poke composition, trying to keep their distance, trying to win off whatever distance they have. Now off to the pick and ban selects. We got UMP banning first off. UMP, or was the rename Voidwalkers Academy, playing out from picking out the blue side, and on the red side picking first or picking second is UM5's Team Foundou. Now, Nautilus ban first and foremost, trying to not to get too aggressive. Out four in the bot lane, Wukong as well. A lot of these heavy CCs in the early goings of this ban phase. Let's go over the names of everyone here. On the side of UMP, we got Black Ghost playing out in the top lane. Jarfan, or I can assume that's Jarfan, playing out in the jungle. Brahim the bot playing out the mid. Infernal Z V2 playing out in bot, and Prodigy playing the support on the opposite side. Pacific playing out for top. Shuam, how do I write this down? Shuam playing out jungle. Igni playing out mid. And what's his name? Let me get it correct. Batal playing out in the bot, and Dragon Don John on support. And on the side on the bans coming out from UM5, they got a York and Kazakh's ban that isolation play champions right off the bat. Not trying to get the side lane wins off from the York, and especially not wanting the Kazakhs to go onto probably Jerfan's pick. Probably a Kazakhs main, not too sure. I haven't gotten a chance to see their OPGG yet. Jarvan banned as well. Gonna target out the jungler here. 3 bans for the jungle role already on the side of, or just in this game in general, 2 junglers on the side of UM5. I wonder what they're looking for. Can't see that second ban. It looks like a none. No bans, no third ban coming in from UMP, opting to play out in a Nivea or Hui. This is a unique pick, however, Hui's can be dangerous. This could be flexed out into the mid lane or down in support. I wonder what's next. What are they looking for? They're looking to play out the rest of their bot lane early on. What picks are on their minds? To counter it, they're going to go for the Mel. Looks like the Mel might go bot. I should be under the assumption maybe Mel is going bot. Probably going to play out with Seraphine, if I'm under that assumption. Ashe Seraphine has been very prevalent lately in this meta. What? I wonder where Mel can go. I'm not sure if Tom Kench has played with Mel. I should have taken note of that. Going out for the second pick, UM5. Who are you looking for? You're going for the Mel. I'm assuming you're going to play out the jungle. Okay, the jungle instead going to be picked out. Chuam going to select out a Xin Zhao. And an instant lock in for the top lane by Infernal ZV2. I'm pretty sure they swapped out, or the Black Ghost. Opting for the Riven, playing out to his comforts, most likely, more likely than not is what I'm saying. Gonna stick out for the Riven. Split push, combat heavy, top lane. What else? Viego as well. Hard looking for these hard fights. These skirmishes early on the mid game. They're looking for these skirmishes down in mid. Urgot hovered for just a second. Probably trying to do as much as possible to counter whatever Riven can do or negate as much damage. He selects the Dr. Mundo. That's the counter for the Riven. Gonna probably get out the Thorn Mail early on by first back. Gonna try to negate all the healing aspects the Riven and the Viego can do. Now we're coming in for the second phase of the bans. We're probably gonna select now more so focusing towards the bot lane. Not sure if the Mel is focusing or is, playing out in the mid. Just similar situation with Mel. Caitlyn gonna be banned out by UM5. Or, I take it back, it's a Volibear. Gonna still stick around for the jungle bans, or probably a support ban. Probably not looking too keen for it. And it's gone. And it looks like we'll be having a short break for the time being. It looks like the lobby has crashed at the moment, and it looks like we'll be having a small pause. And I think we'll go back to what picks have been made. An interesting selection for the side of Voidwalkers Academie. They are going out and playing out the Riven and the Viego, along with the Hui, who still is yet to be confirmed whether or not it's being played mid or being played support. However, the Viego and Riven are quite interesting, looking for these high damage skirmishes and survivability. Maybe Viego's looking to burst out a lot of the other squishier members of that team. Riven trying to extend a lot of the fights with a more lifesteal, or rather Omnivamp trying to sustain themselves or get the picks. Maybe they're looking to burst out a lot of the individual squishy champions on the side of Full Foundou. However, on the side of Full Foundou, they counter the Riven and Viego with a Dr. Mundo. Probably playing at the top, considering the Xin Zhao has already been selected. Mel as well being picked out. I wonder how they're willing to play out these compositions. We're probably going to stick around with the same picks and bans, banning out the Yorick and such. I forget who was actually banned there. They banned Yorick. That's what I remember. I saw Silas, but I'm not too sure if that was actually banned out. But regardless, I wonder what else. Looks like the last bit that was supposed to be filled in was the bot side. All junglers and top laners has been selected. Both mage casters could have been flexed either bot or mid. We'll have to see once we get back into the action. And it looks like we are sticking with the same bans. Jarvan, Kha'Zix as well. Echo. Oh, I'm not too sure if that Echo was the original ban at the start, but it wasn't shown there. However, now we're looking at an Echo ban on the side of UMP, probably going out for the comfort ban. And we're gonna stick around with the same picks. The Hui, not the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, the Hui, the Xin Zhao, the Riven, Viego, Mundo, and Mel is the most definitely going to stick around for us. I wonder what they're looking to play bot lane. The supports still have not been picked. It's still an enchanter meta currently at this very moment. As as well speaking about this meta, the Baron buff has been nerfed, so probably a lot of priority isn't going to be looked. Actually, no, the priority is going to be there. It's going to be similar priorities for everything else. However, the Baron gold is that when slain isn't given this to the same amount. It has been halved. Instead of 300 gold, it has now been brought down to 150. So that's going to be quite a toughie, quite a decision maker. The buffs are going to still stay the same. Minion empowerment. Void grubs, on the other hand, will probably be looking like a much more scrumptious snack for these teams. They're going to probably be setting a lot more priority out there in the top side of the map. However, now Volibear banned right before. That was the last ban before the game. The lobby crashed. Camille support as well has been been thrown around lately. Has been extremely popular. Along with the Camille ban, along with the Camille pick as well is the Anivia support pick, which could be played in this current moment. Probably more so favoring towards Mel, if I'm under that right assumption. Leona ban, not trying to get too much hard engage, in which UMP has been lacking. Not a lot of CC, or not a lot of big team fight CCs. Of course, they have the Riven Q3 with the big knock-up and a stun AoE. However, Hui as well, similar. But those are harder things to hit. You have to have the right amount of frontline and right amount of timing to really get those stuns off. On the opposite side, we got more individual solo catching outs. We got the Xin Zhao W, more so looking to get into that back line and knock him up with his Q3. However, again, similar situation. Not much team fight CC from both teams. We're going for Tristana, looking to play hyper aggressive and get early tower plating damage down. Batal probably will be using a lot of that Tristana bombs onto those turrets, getting a lot more of that damage, and it's gone yet again. We're probably gonna wait in just a few moments. Probably a bit of lag from between the two universities, but 3 talent strike, very deadly, especially when you're going up against not necessarily tanky champions on the side of UMP. More so with the Hui, Riven, and Viego at the moment. Those were the last champions we saw right before it went down. I will keep you guys updated. However, when it becomes lightning and the audacious charge is going to be easy pickings for the Xin Zhao. Of course, you have to hit it. However, on the opposite side, the Tristana as well, looking to get these clean high damage fights. Not even necessarily high damage, but clean, better overall. More so poke on the side of UMP. More so, we're going to try to negate as much damage coming from your way with the Xin Zhao, with the survivability of our Dr. Mundo, with his ultimate, his let me find his ability name, his ult name, his maximum dosage, trying to keep his HP up in these team fights. Looks like the extended fights will probably be better fought out for the side of full Foundou, as opposed to UMP's team composition at the moment. We still haven't seen their bot lane. We're probably going to be looking, Seraphine as well has been fairly popular, but with the help of the Mel, probably better not pick the Ash Seraphine, the Crystal Arrow, and the Encore probably going to be blocked out, be sent towards their own faces. That could bite them through their behinds and damage a lot more than it could win. On the opposite side, we could probably be looking more so on the Hyper Carries, maybe a Jinx, maybe a Yunara. Maybe more so, actually, the Caitlyn has been banned, or I saw it, the Caitlyn being hovered on the ban before the Volibear came out. But maybe the Kate, maybe more so the whatever Comfort is probably going to be playing them. Maybe we'll be seeing a Kaisa coming out. Maybe the Lucian Nami, an old standard favorite, coming back to be played. It all depends how they want to do it. More so, better poke coming on from, actually no poke, better poke coming out from full Foundou with the Tristana and the Mel at the very least. Still a few moments before we get the Champ Select coming back online. A lot to deal with. These two teams, might I remind everyone watching tonight, this is the upper bracket semi-final for the Morocco country qualifiers on the road to the University Esports Masters. We got a lot on the line. This is the last step, actually. This is the second last step. After this, the unfortunate loser of this match has to go down into the lower bracket, face out the team that has climbed up from that, and ultimately meet back with the winner here in the grand finals, or winner of this match in the grand finals, happening this Thursday. So please stick around, support your friends if they are playing at the moment. If you are here, please support them. Give them as much of your precious words to inspire them. Some form of bardic inspiration for them. Hopefully one of them able to roll lucky and come out with the win. First game win. Again, it is 8:30 or 8:26. Sorry, not 8:26. It is 5:26 Morocco time. We are looking for a lot here in this best of three. Looks like we're back with the same time. Third time's the charm. It's not the third time. Second time's the charm. We're gonna stick around with the same picks and bans, obviously. We're gonna wait until the Tristana comes forward, and then we can finally see what will be played on the bot side. And it looks like, to answer my question whether the Mel was going down in mid or bot, it looks like she will stick around in mid. Or who knows? Actually, wait, we might see a Tristana mid for all that for more than I know. For more than we know. We don't necessarily know the plans. No Alistar, I forgot to mention that. No Alistar, a ban for the Alistar. Now, finally, back. A Garen is picked by UMP. Garen picked. Where does the Riven go? Where does the Garen go? Karma has been picked. Very interesting composition for the Voidwalkers Academy. The Rel gonna be paired up more likely than not with the Tristana. But a Karma is the last pick that goes on for UMP Voidwalkers Academy. Blitzcrank hovered. It's hovered, but I'm not too sure. It's either or. Gonna stick out for the Pantheon. And now we have an interesting composition. So it looks like the Hui will go down in bot after all. However, I'm not too sure who goes where, for that matter. Are they looking to trade around? They probably will. But it is a very, very interesting composition by UMP. Do note, these two teams came off a clean 2-0 victory during the previous games, and have met up ultimately here in this upper bracket semi-final. So they're playing to their comforts. I just wonder where and how is going to be played. At least on the side of UMP. A more so understandable composition for full Foundou. With the Mel, Mundo, Xinjiao, Tristana, Pantheon. A lot of engage coming in from the Pantheon and the Xinjiao. Now as we wait to get into this game and see what UMP has in store. Very, very fascinating. Garen, Riven, Viego for a Karma and Hui. What am I looking at? So skirmish on, easy 1v1 skirmishes with the Riven. 2v1 as well, 2v2 even more so, sustain. Garen even better, able to hand out, sustain himself, keep himself healthy with his passive. What am I looking? What I don't understand. Looks like, well, if they got off a 2-0 victory, they're gonna be very much so playing to their own comfort, their own comforting devices, as opposed to a more so standard, understandable team composition from full Foundou. The Perseverance most likely. Is he going mid? Maybe the Garen going to stick mid. Viego obviously going to the jungle. Riven or Garen? Maybe Karma's mid? Maybe it's Garen support? Riven support? I mean, Camille support has been popular. Is that a Riven support? A lot of expectations. And they threw it out of the gate. Mohammed First University have picked out a very, very interesting team composition. As we wait, we're waiting, assumingly, in the loading screen at the moment. Still, I'm so flabbergasted by what I have to see. I'm thrown aback. I have no words for what they have played or how they will be played. So of course we're playing out with the new with not necessarily new. It has been standard now, considering we are now in the middle of the season, with the lane quests. So a lot of them probably changing up the play. So I'm so confused. How are they gonna play? How are they gonna play? Garen, Riven, Viego, Karma, Hui. So Mel to block out a lot of the utility coming in from Hui. And now we can see it. Hui is gonna be played mid. Riven played bot lane as the AD carry. Fascinating team composition. Okay, so Garen gonna be going in against Dragon Don John on the Mundo. Brahim the bot on the Garen on the side of UMP. Jarfan 4 playing the Viego for UMP. Oh my, wait, I didn't even notice, but it's in first blood off the bat. The Meld, is that a solo? No, it looks like Xin Zhao and the Mundo as well gets the first blood. It's been barely a minute. It looks like first blood has gone over to the side of full Foundou. That gold goes over to Igni, and Infernal Zed has to lay in waste with one death to his name. Gonna go in specific. Just tries to get a quick stun, trying to trade out as much damage as possible towards what is an interesting composition. Again, duly mentioned interesting composition. Riven heavily outraged, gonna take the flash in, place for the stun, will be traded for a flash. Flash for flash, no summoner, or no defensive summoner used, rather. No exhaust, and no barrier or Black Ghost, instead opting out for a much more aggressive Ignite. As we look a bit opposite pathing coming in from both junglers. And instead the Garen playing more so aggressive, but we have a quick skirmish against Infernal Zed and Igni. Infernal Zed has to be traded out, but Pacific so close in, doesn't have the flash or that stun. Very little aggression, more likely than not. But Jarfan is waiting down below and is making his way actually with Prodigy as well, looking to catch out whatever Pacific is ready to throw, but they're going in for the dive. The flash comes forward by Infernal Zed, but is able to fear him away. Igni barely getting into tower range aggro, and no tower shots taken. But Don John brought down to less than 30 HP. Probably what was a clean trade by Brahim the bot. Looks like Infernal Zed is going to suffer a bit more in the early goings in this matchup, having to take out a little more damage and losing out on the first blood. Bit of a struggle for the Hui. Less than half not half HP, half of the creep score compared to Igni. Our Pacific is making his way down towards the bot jungle, probably not gonna do much else other than his presence. But Batal will be more than happy to just get a bit of solo XP for the time being. Black Ghost keeping up in CS, leading by 1 as the Riven ADC. Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, it looks pretty good. I kind of like it. I get the understanding between Black Ghost and Prodigy. Gonna use a lot of that empowered speed boost and shield coming in from Prodigy's Karma. Just play hyper aggressive somewhere down the line. Probably once a few items are back in, maybe once his flash is back up, they're gonna look towards this look towards a clean 2v2 fight. Again, not much action has happened ever since the first blood and the attempted dive by Pacific and Igni down in the mid lane. No objectives as of yet. No setup, but the dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. So probably going to favor a bit more so towards the bot side are these junglers. The pathing is vertical. Rather not vertical. More so is mirrored by both. Dragon Don John keeping up with CS, however, is losing in the HP department. Infernal Zed yet again being poked out. Wait. Probably not a good matchup against the Mel when you have so many projectiles to throw. You're gonna be traded out. The HP advantage is towards Batal. No flashes on the side of the Riven. Tristana has the barrier ready for use. Looks like Jarfan will back away. No gank will happen as of the moment. Looks like no wards as well towards the bot side. Unless that is a ward, I can't necessarily see from my point of view. They're gonna ping out for the dragon, and looks like Chuam will just get it. No problem. Infernal Zed will be Jarfan will be a made man as 4 members turn to huddle towards the dragon. It's a bit dicey on the side, for the side of UMP, as the dragon fight is about to start in. It has spawned, brought down to more than half HP, less than half HP. Gonna take the jump in, takes the stun out forward. The dragon will be stolen by Jarfan. They will be traded. Well, 1-for-1 in trades. Actually, I take it back, 2-for-1 in favor of UMP, make it a 3-for-1 and a triple kill for Jarfan. The Mundo has teleported down bot, and it looks like it's a quadra kill for the Viego. And Batal has no choice but to run on his own. Rocket jump forward, gonna be hit in long range. Pixel HP for Batal. And what looked so favored for UM5 early on has gone towards the favor of UM5 has gone in the favor of UMP. They're looking to cross-map it with a pick off Rahim, who stayed a little too long. Gonna burn out the flash, gonna send down Demacia, but it is not enough to pick off Pacific. However, a quadra kill in the first 10 minutes of this matchup. Jarfan is looking quite scary. Already picking up the Kraken Slayer as opposed to the Caulfield's Warhammer for Chuam. What a play! Able to steal the dragon. Get 4 kills. They get the early stun in, but he dashes forward, able to get the first kill down to Chuam. Jarfan then transforms into the Zinjao, able to get in his range. And it is, I think Igni does not have enough items to even survive that burst damage coming in from Jarfan's. Let me find that ability. I have a list of the ability names for you guys. They don't have enough damage, or it takes so much damage from the Heartbreaker. And it looks like Void Grubs will spawn in. Jarfan playing down towards bot. Remembers that comparatively a lot of aggressive damage or one-shot capabilities from UMP. Wargrubs has spawned. It looks like they'll go in the opposite sides of each other. Chuam gonna stick around bot, gonna clear out his bot camps, but Jarfan's already made himself present down at the top side. Igni brought down to less than 50% off a trade with Inferno Zed, who had a struggle down in the early game, or in the early goings actually, the first 5 minutes. Looks like the Void Grubs will ultimately go towards the side of UMP. Jarfan is disgustingly ahead. Gonna make his way down towards mid. Will just take the back nonetheless. Has been spotted out by a ward down there by that bush towards his blue buff. Will actually make his way. Compared to the division, a lot of wards have been sent towards his bot side by UM5. They're gonna try to get the pincer out against Pacific, who's caught in a rock in a hard place. Tries to go in for the stun, but the Q3 from the Riven is gonna stun him. And there as well, going for that stun is Diego. Will fall. His Prodigy is down to a 3v3. Heartbreaker is too strong. Has so much damage. Jarfan as well will transform into the Tristana and poke himself. Will poke away Igni. He's gonna run away with his tail between his legs, and up on the top lane, Brahim able to get the pick off from Dragon Don John, and it looks like we'll have to go for a temporary pause from this game. 7-4 with a massive 1.3, it was not even massive, with a 1.3 gold lead. This fight was looking great and actually stayed really good. They had the clean pick up onto Prodigy, Prodigy UM5 that is. But unfortunately, Jarfan is too ahead, and ultimately this whole team just does too much damage with the Riven, with the Wave Burst. Just so much burst for what is a relatively squishier team on UM5. Mundo, their only tank, and Pacific not really too strong in the early goings without much items. Can't really handle much when you have a Riven and Karma barreling down to your face. And there's not much Batal can really do without a flash and the rocket jump. Once those capabilities are gone, it's going to be a lot scarier for this Tristana to really move freely in this match. The wards as well by Pacific, placing so much down to the blue side red buff. A lot of vision. Are we just going to play down towards mid? Just has been roaming a lot. Does not have the ultimate as of yet. We're gonna wait up just before the second drag spawns. 20 seconds off a Mountain Soul, then the Soul, well, not Mountain Soul, rather Jarfan gonna come in, take a bit of damages. Igni, no reflection as of yet, or has been used, but has taken a significant amount of damage, brought down to 50%, just about 50% HP. Looks like it will huddle around towards the bot side, but will ultimately reset. No TPs for Igni. Pacific barely down for his ultimate. No Starfall as of yet. But this rebuttal could be essential. Looks like the Dragon will just go out for UMP. No problem whatsoever. 2 Dragons. It'll be a Cloud Soul, which is quite deadly, especially when you have UMP's Prodigy laying out the Karma. A lot of chase down. Not only is there a Karma, there's also the Hui. The Hui and his multitude of abilities, especially his speed boost. So a lot of chase down. It could be LeBron in game 7 with these blocks. Not even blocks, with these kills. Chase downs rather. This hyper aggressive is this Riven. Pacific is 3 levels down to the AD carry, or well, Riven more so. And looks like Don John is so low yet again. The waves has been impeccably covered by Brahim. And he will get another solo dolo out in the top lane. This Mundo, unable, well, can be played into losing for quite some time, but how long could he stay losing without getting tanky enough to survive these fights? The Garen, so much damage. What's the CS difference? That's all I've seen. Oh, Igni, somewhere, able to get a solo kill, traded across the map. Is Infernal Zed losing out by Igni, not even losing out too much HP himself. The advantage heavily favoring UMP, 2.2 gold lead, especially the first tower down to the top side. If I could see what is the difference between Brahim and Donjon, looks like, oh, it's a massive difference. It is, what's my math? Just about 40 plus goal CS ahead is the Garen against this Mundo. Very, very dangerous now is this Garen. Could be a massive threat. So much, now that I mention it, now I understand their capabilities. Gonna pick up the Stride Breaker along with the anti-heal. Executioners. No lifesteal, no healing. Made ready for Dragon Donjon. It looks like he won't be activated with 3 Giant's Belt in his inventory. Instead, will just be pushed in non-stop. Igni, probably the last step. Or Igni and Batal, the last step to actually provide the damage necessary to actually take out their entire team. But they can't really burst them out if they become burst out first. There's the looming threat of a Garen who has not made his presence known as of yet, but finally gonna show his face otherwhere than top. Instead, gonna split off from his lane and play down mid, allowing Dragon Donjon to breathe for just a moment. However, it is going to be dicey come these team fights when the burst damage is insane from UMP, better yet known as Voidwalkers Academie. The spot out Pacific left alone to his own devices is Batal. Will probably gladly just take whatever CS he can. Alright, next speed. Just scale is all he needs to do. However, they're looking to deny that scaling when 4 people, or make it 3 people, making their way down bot, gonna try to push out this wave as fast as possible. Brahim made known as well is Infernal Zed. They're gonna take the fight down forward. He's brought down to more than less than half and will just be executed down in the spot. Down in where he stands. Ignite goes down and it takes Pacific to less than 10 HP. Batal is doing as much damage as he possibly can. And the HP bars are in the red for UM5. They will take out the one champion. They'll back away. As they threaten down this mid, the Herald already gone down. Batal actually picking off Infernal Zed off screen, who stayed a tad bit longer, hoping to actually one-shot the Tristana. Said he'll walk away with a kill of his own. He'll be more than happy to take that kill, get as much gold as possible into his pockets. Nine to 6, gold lead still relatively the same for UMP, 3K. Oh, Pacific again caught and run, a rock in a hard place, no place to escape, will be stunned up, has to flash away into the Dragon's Pit. Looks like we'll have another fight. This is for Soul Point. Prodigy poked out just a bit, but will back away, no problem. Mel can stack up this damage with the Radiant Volley. Ultimately, they have their distances. Looks like Brahim doesn't even want to keep his distances. We'll just try to go in and just scare them. Use the Stride Breaker just a bit. We'll go in for the pull. Is Infernal Zed again poking out Pacific. Grand Starfall still available for him, so they can enter this fight whenever they can. They're fighting a 5v4. Looks like Dragon Donjon will finally meet up with the rest of his team. Rendezvous down in the Dragon's Pit still has the maximum dosage to stay relatively okay. We'll go in, but it looks like Chuan will be bursted. Prodigy as well down in the red. being locked down, but over on the top side, Jarfan will instead get that kill onto Igni, and that threat of the Mel is no longer. Batal can try to keep his distance as much as possible, but once your front line goes down, there's nothing you can really do as a Tristana, and he is left to die as the last standing member, and the goal lead has bumped up to 5. UMP are starting to run away. 13-7. And what looked pretty decent with Dragon Donjon, but Batal couldn't really get his way in. He was being if we can look towards that little tribe bush. He was being pushed away, zoned out from the entire backline. Well, frankly, non-existent backline of UMP. No damage coming in for Batal. And since Igni has already long passed away from Jarfan's efforts, there's nothing much he can do, in Pacific as well will just fall. More than double kills on the side of UMP. Jarfan will have no issue taking away the red buff. And looks like this run has gone into a stride, looking to soar away with the first game victory. Looking to hopefully remake what was a 2-0 victory against the previous University up in the first round. Nonetheless, this Riven, what came as a surprise, has done all that could have done, all she could have done, and zone out those carries. They can't do much. 6k is the goal lead. Igni brought down to less than 40% against Infernal Zed. Will try to be pincered. No, he will just run away with no issues whatsoever over the looming threat of, frankly, the entirety of UMP's team. Again, this is Fearless Draft. So this is probably the last time we will see this composition. The Grand Starfall going to be sent out towards Infernal Zed. Will be picked out, the Radiant Volley as well. Brought down, but no issue for Chuam to pick off. Easy pickings. Teleporting. It was actually Brahim the bot. Teleporting down bots. I was too little too late to actually save your mid laner. Igni. Super low. Has a flash. Send Demacia. And kill him. No problem with an execution. We'll actually chase it. Gonna dodge out the Radiant Volley, or not even the Radiant Volley, more so the stun coming from the Melt. You'll stay, no issue. You'll finally get the base he needs to do. They can get an easy reset knowing that they have brought this kill line, or barely scratched the goal deficit, but at least they brought some of it down. What was looking to be 6k has more so now loomed over 5k. 14-8 is the kill difference, but an entire objective domination from UMP with 3 drags now at Soul Point, looking to pick out Pacific yet again. Left to moving too far in his own home, and Jarfan was started off with a quadra kill, has now gone in to legendary status. The Crescent Guard sent forward, but it's too late to even guard when you have people running you down and bursting you as a balloon. Batal able to swing out Black Ghost's HP to barely what it is. He can hop over the wall. Oh, I take it back. And looks like he will be executed, no issue, by the Mel. Golden Eclipse to take that shutdown. But we have made it 16-9, 6k gold lead. Infernal Zed trying to poke out Dragon Donjon with no resistance items whatsoever. So, looking more squishy than he is tanky. He will have no problem sustaining himself. But won't be able to survive for much longer, probably, once the fight extends. Pacific yet again, moving into a place where he probably doesn't want to. Chuam right there to guide him. Not necessarily guide him, but hold his hand as he waits. Hold his hand from a distance is probably the words I should be saying. But again, complete objective dominance for the side of UMP. 6k gold lead, Soul Point, the dragon spawning. Already there is Brahim. They're looking to actually split this. Hovering out towards the Baron buff. I'm gonna spot out the two members of UMP though is UM5 with a nice ward right over the wall down in River. Prodigy and Brahim is huddling around, seeing whatever action is happening, or rather just setting up for the dragon in which will go over towards UMP. And it looks like we'll probably having the full Cloud Drag Soul going over for UMP. No issues. They won't even be bothered about it. The gold lead brought down to 5. However, yet again, objective dominance is the word here. Able to get the gold turret bounty. Was that Dragon Dawn John up in the top lane? But the setup is looming for the Baron, more likely than not. I'll take it back, but it looks like they have every opportunity to set up for this Baron. They have such a heavy gold lead, such a heavy, fight advantage, in which they could just, oh my days, Igni brought down to less than 5 HP. Demacia comes through from the heavens. He's looking to just catch up, gonna spin his way and catch Igni, no issue. He won't survive for much longer, but able to pick off the Mel. Shut down gold, going out for Batal. They had every chance to probably go over for the Baron. Looks like they'll start it. Infernal Zed will just have to deal with Dragon Dawn John with the maximum dosage. Will extend this fight from a burst. The Baron will go over. So they're looking, no issues. Gonna try to pick up the Mundo and leave him for what he tried to do. And there goes my Mundo. Baron buff favored out towards the side of UMP rather than favoring. They're gonna go for the chase down. Again, this Viego is so scary. It doesn't matter what you do. You will be popped. Xin Zhao, what is a champion that can extend these fights, can survive long with the Crescent Guard, but if he is in your face, if he has 3 items or 1 more item more than you, it's looking more and more dicey. Pacific will fall to Jarfan. No problem staying out. Or actually, he extended way too far and it's a double kill for Jarfan. 12-0 is this Viego. Igni as well falling from how? Probably Infernal Zed having a say in it. Batal will as well fall, and it looks like finally the gates are flooding for the side of UM5. UMP taking over with more than double kills and a 8k gold lead. They're just gonna take the tower, no problem. It looks like Brahim has no issue with Dragon Dawn John tickling his Dawn John. And the turret will fall as he just spins away, taking whatever damage is thrown at him. The gold lead looking to head towards 10k. And it's looking more than not difficult for UM5, or rather not even difficult, impossible for UM5 to make a comeback here. They have to take a breather, step back, figure out what they can do in this game too. But frankly, I would be them. I understand what situation or having no answer for this team composition by UM5. Sorry, UMP. They're gonna hover around towards the red side blue buff. Gonna take away any and all resources in their name. They're fighting, hovering a 4v4 and a flash forward. You take over the stun. The rebuttal is useless when you get popped. Ignis brought so low, finds the double, finds the triple, finds the quadra, and looking for a pentakill. Dragon Dawn John, too little too late. You can maximum dosage your way out, but you're gonna be chased down like the dogs. He is brought down to less than a breathing homunculus. The pentakill will go over to Jarvan, and the floodgates have become the doomsday device of UM5. Game 1 will go forward towards UMP. What started as a confusing composition became a understanding of dominance from UMP. Voidwalkers Voidwalkers Academy, in dominating fashion from start to end, has taken game one to their name. One game away from moving on to the grand finals. It looks like Mohammed First University will move forward with confidence in dominating fashion, subduing whatever Full Foundou could ever have done. It was not even a chance of a fight or equal stance or equal fisticuffs from Full Foundou. They couldn't do really anything. There was no answer. They had complete control of the map. Mohammed First University, Voidwalkers Academy. Full Foundou could do nothing. Fan, the insane man he is, insane player he is, on the Viego, picking off with the quadra kill in the first, what was it, 10 minutes of the match? And it looks like Chuam had no answer whatsoever. You know, as it kept going, it spiraled further and further into the depths for them. There was nothing they could do. There was nothing they could climb out of. And it looks like Full Foundou has to sit back. Not even sit back. Has to sit back. Oh, so not sit backs. They have to sit back, take a breather, have an understanding of what they should do before coming in to the second game. And before we get into it, we'll take a short break. Stick around. We still have a lot left in this best of 3 semifinal.
You.
Getting close, about to hit the border. I wanna know what's underneath the water. Your eyes on me, come show me what's your motive. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. Getting close, about to hit the border. I wanna know what's underneath the water. Your eyes on me, come show me what's your motive. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. I'm getting close, about to hit the border. I wanna know what's underneath the water. Your eyes on me, come show me what's your motive. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. Getting close, about to hit the border. I wanna know what's underneath the water. Your eyes on me, come show me what's your motive. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya. I'd like to know, I'd like to get to know ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the road to University Esports Masters. Tonight, it is currently 6:10 p.m. Morocco time in this best of 3 upper bracket semifinal between Voidwalkers Academy representing Mohammed First University versus Full Foundou representing Universite Mohammed Sang. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Mohammed Fifth, the Rabat. This is the second game, or we're waiting to see and go into the second game of the upper bracket semifinal. Again, it's a best of 3 wherein the winner of today's game will go on to the grand final. Well, the loser unfortunately has to go in and fight their way back up to the grand final to ultimately represent the country of Morocco in the University Esports Masters League, wherein they will be fighting for a prize pool of 1,000 euros. Might I also add, that tournament is not a tournament to rifle or like to throw around, or not necessarily the word, not enough to stress. I forgot the saying. Regardless, it is on a tournament against other universities within the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. 16 of those teams will all fight together, will all fight against one another for a chance to win win the grand prize of within a 1,000 euro prize pool. Now, ultimately, in the end, this is fearless draft. With UMP Voidwalkers Academy coming out with the win, they're gonna stick around and stick with the ban against the Nautilus. It looks like similar bans as well. Yorick and Kazakhs as well for UM5. UM5 going to opt in for first pick and blue side. Camille and the Nautilus really targeting out the support, unless perhaps maybe Ibrahim is very favored in the Camille. Regardless, Silas as well picked off, trying to get away Black Ghost's comfort more likely than not. A lot to come off. What are they expecting? Maybe gonna select out for the jungle and turn away something else that they don't want Chuan to play. But considering what happened, UMP are probably in full force confidence against UM5. Wukong, similar targeted, just getting out the mains. Don't really want him to play in his comfort zone. Pacific last game really struggled to play out for his team in the Pantheon, not really engaging on to those early game fights. Syndra will come in for Black Ghost. Batal gonna play out the Ezra. He was the Tristana. Again, similarly, could not activate. Jarfan gonna play his namesake, Jarvan 4, and it'll be locked in. Hard engaged so far for for the side of UMP. Great team fight capabilities with Scatter the Weak and the Flag and Drag, as well as the ultimate coming in from the Jarvan. A lot of threats so far. More so Poke coming in from Batal. Maybe a similar situation might come in. Looks like Igni will go in for an RE pick. Interesting. Gonna try to do as much damage as possible from a distance or in the face of Black Ghost or the Scatter the Weak. More than likely than not to dissipate whatever engage happens, especially with the Lee Sin pick coming in from Chuam. Take it back. Doesn't even look like. Maybe. He's hovering. He's thinking about it. Regardless, Scatter the Weak to disengage whatever efforts they may have. Ultimately locking in the Graves. What does Brahim have to answer? Gonna play out with a set. Gonna make himself well known against Don John. He more likely than not pummeled Don John in the last game, absolutely destroying and making the Mundo a subpar existence against a Garen top lane. Garen always a scary threat when you least expect it. Now, mirroring the same bans from the last game. Gonna ban out the Alistar. Gonna keep them on their toes. Play not your comfort. Play what you don't like to play and have to play. Ambessa actually comes out. That's quite interesting. Maybe a random ban, so to speak, considering that the set actually maybe the set could be flexed out. But considering who is playing who, I'm assuming they're just switching roles and picking off that. Urgot gonna be banned out for Don John yet again. Similar bans except the Ambessa, the sole, what's the word? Unique ban as of the moment. Last ban coming in from UM5. Who are they looking to ban out? Looks like the bot lane is free to be banned out. Unless, of course, Prodigy. Or wait, hold on. I'm thinking wrong. Oh my days. Black Ghost is actually playing the AD carry. He is going to be playing Syndra bot lane. Zahen banned as well. Interesting considering Ibrahim has already picked out his set. But this could be different. We could be trading out here. Or like switching out. What is your answer, Zed? Who are you looking to play? Ari has been selected. Infernal Zed will counter Igni with a lock pick himself. Now I haven't really been too familiar with lock. I haven't read up on what lock can do, but I tried him once and I got a triple kill when I had no idea what I was doing. The Rel will come in for the side of Pacific. Probably trying to play a bit more hard fought aggression. Gonna get these picks and CCs, more group CCs. However, not a lot of synergy towards the rest of the team. Dragon Don John left to pick what he can respond against Brahim, hoping he does not have any bit of PTSD going against him. Maybe he has an answer for set. Maybe he's deciding how could he play with the team. More likely than not, he has to play some form of losing side. Unfortunately, depending on how Brahim destroys them. And an interesting pick with Tom Kench coming in, needing, or rather not necessarily needing, increasing the frontline numbers for the side of UM5. What is last? Does Prodigy want to play? Leona to match up with the hardcore aggression to kill is UMP's MA Prodigy. So lastly, selecting Leona. Now, if I were to compare compositions, there's a lot of damage that could be done in UMP. Black Ghost playing the mage, really favoring these mage picks. He played Hui last game, did he? No, he played Riven. So Black Ghost with an interesting composition, with an interesting pick with the Syndra. However, not too uncommon in the grand scheme of this meta. Inside of UM5, we got a Tom Kench, Rel for Pacific, Chuam gonna be on the Graves, Igni trying to find whatever answers possible, probably trying to counter pick whatever Ghost had to say or whatever the Syndra looked to him. Our Infernal Zed gonna play out a bit outranged is the side of UMP with with an Ari and an Ezreal. So a lot of poke from their side. Rel able to turn the knob up in the ante whenever they have these team fights or skirmishes. However, heavy burst, heavy pick isolating champions on the side of full Foundou. They have no, or rather, Voidwalkers Academy. They have no issue trying their best to explode your backline. There's not a lot of disengage for Voidwalkers. They have the Tom Kench to protect as much as possible with the big ET yums from the Tom Kench. His Devour will have no problem protecting the Ezreal, protecting the Ahri. Well, the Ahri has the way her Spirit Rush to maneuver her way out of sticky situations. Ezreal as well with the Arcane Shift. Regardless, once they get caught, it's going to be dicey considering the team composition of Voidwalkers Academy. They are looking for one last game to go on to the grand finals and meet up with the team they probably already defeated. Full Foundou, this is their last chance, their last waking moment to survive this upper bracket semifinal. Could they bring it to game 3? We have to sit and wait for a moment as we wait in our loading screen while they wait in their loading screen. This is a lot of work to come out of Full Foundou. They need an answer to their offense. Frankly, more likely than not, I have this feeling that UMP will play their hardcore aggression, no issues whatsoever. And we are in onto the rift, ladies and gents. 4 members huddling around mid. They were able to get the first pick early on. They were able to kill out Inferno Zed, no issue. Earlier, able to pick out the first blood. The flag will dissipate soon enough. Gonna spot out Pacific. Made known of his presence, Chuam will face out Jarfan. Just give him a shot out, no issue. And we'll walk away. Minions has made their way onto their stations. They're trying to chase away Jarfan, trying to deny any red buff antics that may happen. Not aware of him taking out his Raptors, no issues. Actually, finally now made aware. Some action already happening. Smite will go out, not sure who that went towards. Jarfan brought so low, flash for flash. And the final shot will go in. Jarfan be picked off. Another first blood for UM5. As the Ignite goes down from Pacific, who is more than confident to keep this roam going. Actually, no, I take it back. We'll finally make his way down towards bot lane, who is awaiting AD carry. Batal left to his own devices temporarily, as Pacific will take it back. He will make his presence known to Jarfan. Stall out whatever chance he has at getting a buff or a camp down. Just zoning him away. However, Pacific, you may want to run away. Prodigy is not too far behind, chasing him down. Lucky for him, Inferno Zed was pushed away. Igni, I think you want to ping that. Your mid laner is kind of missing. Pacific bit off more than he could chew. With no flash, no dash, he falls and has no problem, or rather, there is no problem with Ghost picking up the kill. Was it Ghost? Let's see my score on the board. Regardless, it is dicey. Quite a bit unfortunate for Pacific. Tried his best. I take it back. It looks like Inferno Zed was the one who picked up the kill. And will be poked out. Brought down to less than 20 HP. Or less than 30% HP, rather. It looks like now that Pacific is back, they're going to take the push, no issue. Black Ghost just looking to farm up, no problem. The scaling is more so favored towards Batal, especially. Or not necessarily, they're equally scalable. But more bursts coming in for Black Ghost. Who sooner more than later will probably want to burst out Batal's HP. A charm comes out. Inferno Zed has to dash away. Inferno Igni actually taking out or having to tank one tower shot. Forced to use the pot. The charm goes out. Actually hits two very cleanly in between the turrets. Brahim gonna go for the chase down. Haymaker. Not available. 2-man rotate up towards the top side. Gonna take away Jarfan's camps and make his life hell. Not really enjoying jungling at the moment is probably Jarfan. Probably hating how much work he has to do to get his camps down. But he's down 8 camps, or 2 camps rather. However, is being pincered. Little dicey. We'll get the back, no issue. However, the lead is for Chuam. Pacific has not left his side. In fact, he has left his lane quite a lot. Really looking out for Jarfan. Batal poked down with barely enough mana to do anything else. Has to stick around, still has the flash to end the barrier, but the scatter the weak and the ball combo will stun him temporarily. It looks like no issue whatsoever. Heal actually traded out by Prodigy and Igni! with the solo dolo down in the mid lane, able to get the kill down to Infernal Zed. Playing out the lock, doing quite a bit of damage. And as we look forward in this 1v1, we'll get the third strike with the Tom Kench, but no stun will come forward. But compared to the last game, Don John is actually leaving himself quite a bit of room to breathe and making Brahim fight for his food. Despite the CS action, there's quite a big CS difference. It looks like we'll go for a temporary pause. Quite a bit of action already in the first 5 minutes. 2 kills on the side of UM5 and 1 kill to the side of UMP. A lot of damage has been done. Locke, unfortunately, Infernal Zed able to get the first kill out to Pacific, but loses in the 1v1 against Igni. We weren't able to see the fight. However, I would have, as much as we would like to see it, it looked like Igni came out on top. On the first bite, Infernal Zed will go on and pick out the Blasting Wand and the ring. Oh, I forgot what it's called. Damn. Regardless, the dragon is up now. Looks like we'll be having both teams kind of posture down towards bot lane, towards the bottom side of the map. Jarfan's life has been made quite difficult thanks to Pacific and Chuam, both trying to zone out as much resources that this Jarvan can take. 35, like two more camps, and for on this first back. Oh, you know what? I take it back. 2 camps more, plus a kill, plus first blood going out to Chuam. He is now going to take his first back and probably come off with a half component and more. And do a lot more damage. Collateral damage. Oh, speaking of which, his collateral damage coming up in probably just a bit. I think more likely than not, just 1 camp off. Or 2 camps, maybe. Until he finally gets his ultimate. Jarfan, however, down to level 4, always away. It looks like they probably have to give much of the bot side map. That depends on how Igni, or that depends on how Infernals that really wants to rotate down towards his bot side of the map. TP is available for Brahim, so they could use him, make it a 5v4 situation. It all depends if he's going to take his first back, come back into lane relatively healthy, and play for this dragon. It is spawned, so the decision probably has to be made now. As we wait on this tech pause, I'll keep you guys updated from production whatever the updates is. But it's a tech pause. Probably one of them is facing a bit of lag. Regardless, looking in terms of what the damage is going, the damage output, it looks like it's quite equal. There's a bit more poke favoring the side of UM5 with the Ari and Batal's Mystic Shot. But on the opposite side, they can 100 to 0 you. No issue is UMP with the Syndra, with the lock, with a set Haymaker. One R into the back line with your 2 tanks and 1 Haymaker to the face. The set could absolutely destroy the backline's health bars, and you know, it's going to be a quite difficult happenstance for UM5. Just a few more moments, hopefully, before we get back into the action. Showstopper. Literally, actually. Looks like, oh, Prodigy left. Looks like a disconnect for Prodigy. Ping issues has been made. Not necessarily the victim, the suspect of this tech pause. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for sticking around. This is game 2 of the upper bracket semi-final on the road to University Esports Masters. This is the as I mentioned, this is the semi-final. One last step away to go on to the grand final and win out their chance to qualify and represent Morocco in the University Esports Masters League, wherein the winner of this upcoming grand final this Thursday, so please stick around and watch it. The winner of that grand final will go on to represent the country of Morocco in the University Esports Masters League, wherein they will go and face other universities from other countries all across the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe in a prize pool tournament of 1,000 euros. That is quite a bit of money for us university students. Regardless, a lot on the line and a lot of pressure. This is game 2. UM5. So far, I've been playing more so confident. You're able to push away the Jarvan from really doing anything significant in the early goings of this matchup. Again, it's been first 5 minutes. However, I want to say the Dragon is facing more so southwest, southeast, in this towards the side. Where's the southwest? What's my cardinal directions? East, southwest. Sorry, favoring towards UM5 side, as more people are disconnecting. Chuam as well has disconnected. Prodigy. Oh, Chuam back. All we're waiting for is for Prodigy. Again, some ping issues is no issue as we just wait patiently before we get back into the action. There's a lot at stake. Prodigy back. Exciting moments. Dragon looks like is going to be the hub spot for whatever skirmish may happen in the next 3 or 2 minutes. No setup as of yet, so we're looking to probably set up for there. No wards. TPs are coming in from Igni and Chuam. This is going to be their first back, and they're probably going to be coming in with a lot more artillery, considering they have the 1 kill. They have the 1 kill as opposed to Jerfon's 0 and Locke's earlier death. The gold favoring towards Graves, Chuam's Graves at the moment. Just at the moment. 261 more gold towards Infernal Zed. However, he's going to come back with the CS lead. No issue is Igni. As we wait before a few moments. Now, a lot to discuss in the first game, actually. UMP, this is quite the different show that UMP is running currently. In the last game, they came off with a very dominating victory. 22 kills to UM5's 11. Voidwalkers really walking over full Foundou. They had no chance to really do anything in that first game when Jarvan was deathless the entire matchup, actually picking up the early quarter kill in the first 7 minutes. What was he doing? What happened? We don't know. And especially when Brahim just pushed out Don John extensively during that first game. We're finally back, and it looks like the serrated dirk and 2 long swords will be placed in Chuam's inventory, and a lost chapter for Igni. Teleporting in, the ward's finally going to be placed down towards the dragon. Teleport advantage. Oh, Dragon Don John! I did not notice, but Don John comes in with the solo dolo against Brahim with the ignite. He regurgitates him, spits him out, puts him in his place. That's a bit of revenge. Ezreal ult committed, just poking out whatever Ghost and Prodigy has to answer. There's no sustain for Prodigy today for the bot lane in this matchup. Oh, Don John probably stayed a bit too long. Jarvan actually getting pulled in and be punched in the face until he's kissing the ground. 3 for 2, trade off immediately. Looks like the drag will just go over to UM5, play the cross map, no issue. There's gonna be no contest from UMP. And Chuam will have no problem taking out this taking out this dragon. Another Chemtech Drake. Moving into the Hextech Drake, actually. Pushing forward. Looks like Brahim will just get up plating and back away. He got the kill early on. Probably look for that stride breaker once he backs. Probably gonna wait a bit longer and get that stride breaker for that matter. Darfan hovering around Igni. Gonna take the dive in. Probably looks like both teams will dive in towards Igni. Still one more charge on the Spirit Rush. Prodigy will probably let him go. He survives for the moment, keeping his flash. Is the Ari only really using the Spirit Rush? The ultimate will come forward, come down, barely missing out Infernal Zed, but looks like they'll be pincered. Is the lock. Clean flash, clean charm. Good CC chain from UM5. A completely different looking UM5. Ibrahim kind of the misplay, tries to dash away using the showstopper to get over the wall, but will be easy pickings for UM5. They are walking away in this early game. 1K goal lead. And the Void Grubs will probably go towards the side of UM5 as Prodigy will be picked out by Pacific. The dive in, flag and drag, able to stun up and lift up 3 people. Infernal Zed finally making his way, not without Pacific dying. Sorry, I take it back, it's a double kill, triple kill. Where does Infernal Zed come from? Or rather, he was there, but where is the damage coming from? They don't lose a single member. The clean engage out towards Prodigy looks so free for UM5. But the damage chain and the CC chain ultimately traded. They bit off more than they could chew. Ultimately should have made their way after that play to the Void Grubs. Get that for free. Take that reset. But they stayed for too long. Tried to get more of a pick. Not without knowing the death timer of Infernal Zed, who comes in, ults onto their faces, and just starts popping everyone. Charm will go off. Infernal Zed will be chunked out. The Spirit Rush is made available, but for no abilities left for the Ari. Flash still there, made available. Gonna dash in, actually bring out the Destruction Orb. Be chunked out and able to dodge the last turret shot, and he moves in with a clean solo kill down in the mid lane. Right under his tower. Zed had no answer. Nothing else they could really do. Jarfan, actually, wait, is he fighting out the Graves? No, he's just gonna take out over the Grump, but the dive is being set up down towards the bot side. Black Ghost has to fend for his life. Being poked out by Batal, really outranged. I think they're now finally made aware of some shenanigans happening on his jungle. Will teleport away to safety, trying to dodge away, trying to get away actually from the dive, potential dive. Dragon Don John tries to spit out Tom Kench, or rather, tries to spit out Brahim out onto his tower. Will showstopper his way out of there into his safety. Regardless, looks like the action will be slowed for the time being. 1 minute, less than a minute left on to the drag. Why did I crack when I said that? Left onto the drag that is spawning soon. Will be spawning out Prodigy, trying to make the rotate. The Cataclysm will actually come over to Igni. No flash, has a Spirit Rush, but is unable to use it. And Igni will fall faster than he could breathe. And that setup gives them the leeway to actually bring themselves towards this dragon potentially. No teleport. Or actually, a teleport is there for Igni, so they'll wait out the clock on his death timer and teleport himself down towards the bot side and fight for this drag. Chuam actually going to be the answer for this mid lane. Will the teleport come through? We will have to see. Jarfan going to be spotted out by a ward down by this river bush. No issue. Locke actually TPing or basing away from a ward. No info. Made aware down in this ward or down in this river bush. Looks like Prodigy will walk away, just barely skimmed by Pacific Stun. They'll back away. Looks like the pressure is too great for UMP. Forced to retreat in their jungle. Shuam and Pacific really trying to zone out as much as possible. Instead, just opting to pick out the Scuttle Crab. No issue there. Actually, looks like some action now is finally happening. Magnetic Storm, not going to be committed just yet. Actually going to burn out the flashes of Jarfan. Teleport comes in for Brahim. Now it's a 5 versus 4. No teleport for Dragon Donjon. So they will have to force out this Dragon. Great decision making from their team. Hoping not to get poked out. Dragon is not going to be pulled. So they're going to start grouping out in a very disgustingly small scenario. And the Grave steals the Dragon. The Magnetic Storm will come forward. And it does not matter if they're fighting a 4 versus 5. If 4 of them takes 3 of the 5. Infernal Zen left alone. Down in his bot lane, it looks like Ghost will just make his way, but the damage was not there. Completely outsmited was Jarfan, more than he was out-jungled. Then the rest of the team are starting to pick off the scraps that is Infernal Zed and Ghost. They'll barely walk away with their lives, not without having to flash his Ghost. So that is a trade they will need. No issue. A complete outclassing smite. Infernal Zed tries to go over to Ari. Unfortunately, no damage could have been done towards UM5. UMP. Actually, the UM5. Take it back. That was correct. UM5. The gold completely swings in the favor of UM5. Really dominating. Actually, wow, what a masterclass of a fight did UM5 just commit there. They're pushing away Jarfan, and all that UMP could do is take the scraps of the junglers creeps camps. They'll actually take the play here. Infernal Zed will actually one-shot and push away the Graves. Pacific brought down so low, already popping out the Rel. Igni flash to flash away. No purpose whatsoever, or no use. Infernal Zed will survive just a bit longer. It's a complete turn of tides. Another swing in the gold lead, and another swing in the kill list. Infernal Zed absolutely popping the rest of the team, the entire team of UM5. They tried to push away Jarfan, they tried to push away Prodigy, but it was all for naught when Infernal Zed's name is made. They're gonna take this chance to push away, get whatever distance they can on this on this map. Wargrubs actually had already gone towards their way off through that fight. Pacific left alone, gonna be stunned by the Zenith Blade, gonna be tagged up just a bit. Infernal Zed rather, really popping down. The Magnetic Storm has to be committed here. Can Pacific survive? No, he cannot. It looks like UMP will get the first, will get another kill to their name, bringing the scoreline to 12-10 and a 2k gold lead. Emmet looming over the heads of UM5. Rift Herald will be taking cross map. Jarfan actually trying to take whatever advantage he can with the cross map, but looks like he'll be poked out nonetheless by Igni and the ultimate from the Ezreal. Has to back away, Batal. Actually, Igni gets the stun in. Prodigy will fall. Bit overzealous was the Leona and Jarfan. They'll back away with life, or actually with a bit of gold in their pockets, but the 2k gold lead will stay remaining. Looks like nothing much they can do. All they have to do is really slow down the pace, hopefully set up in this next coming dragon. But they're trying to repeat whatever they've been doing all game, and that is pushing Jarfan away from his own jungle camps and forcing a fight and another skirmish to occur. And take it back. They're gonna back away. They couldn't really do much considering the numbers disadvantage. Batal left alone. TP is still there for Igni. If a fight, some action happens here. He's ready. Batal just barely dodging the scatter the weak combination with the stun. They're gonna take the dive. It's flag and drag. No cataclysm just yet. Will actually pop up the Ezreal. And it looks like that's a free kill. In what was a little messy dive for UMP. They'll take no issue in getting an Ezreal and taking over the mid lane. Trying to get as much space in the advantage. It looks like Pacific will try and make something happen again down towards the red bottom side jungle. Will be poked away. Actually, I take it back. The magnetic storm is good, but the survivability of the Rel keeps them alive just slowly or just enough to walk away. Not scot-free, or walks away nonetheless. The Ignite has to go down. Well, looks like the aggression is coming forward from UMP, but a teleport, or not even a teleport, but from off the top side river. Igni will pick off Black Ghost. It's another swing. Not even necessarily swing. It's another kill towards UM5 as they try to push away Jarfan. Dragon Donjon finally teleports down towards the bot side. Has to flag it, drag away out. The charm will go over to Prodigy and he will be popped off. Dragon Donjon is able to survive. The Haymaker is not gonna land. Cataclysm lands towards Donjon. Will pick him up. It's now for 3 versus 4. Jarfan is brought so low. Igni is just keeping and spreading their numbers thin. They're gonna take the victory and overall just clean dominance as the drag spawns, taking away UMP's jungler. Infernal Zed just off the face of Pacific. Looks like they're gonna try to make some magic happen. Trying to take the steal. The smite goes down, and it's a poor smite, but it will eventually go to the side of UM5. Batal will fall very early onto this fight. Tuam being zoned out by Ghost, because there's nothing they can really do when Infernal Zed is actually just popping the rest of their team. The Dragon will go towards UM5, but at what cost? When the gold will extend further down to another 2k towards UMP. The mid lane is finally broken open. They can get a bigger chance of roaming. You know what? I can't even say they have a bigger chance of roaming when they have just been moving every step of the way, all across the map, especially this bottom side. The gold lead now moved up to 3k. Dragon Donjon did what he could. He did what he did best and tried to make Brahim as nullified as possible. But it is all for naught when Infernal Zed just kind of pops everything that he stands for. Gold lead heavily favoring the lock. Am I reading it correctly? Does he have 11 kills? He's 11, 4, and 4. Okay, Brahim left in a being caught out. Tries to make something happen, able to move away safely with the showstopper. The owner ult gonna come in, lasing and stunning them. Where they stand, he's able to move away, no issue. Trying to make something happen. Looks like Ghost is left alone. Tried to push so far on. Could not actually one-shot Batal. And Igni take some action. Maybe get a stun in. Maybe make Infernal Zed question his decision in taking a 1v1. Because now it's a 2v2 and he actually pushes forward. Gonna take a bit of the poke. Left barely breathing until finally smited. Not smited the ability, the summoner, but Batal will be traded as Jarfan gets the kill, not without giving up the Cataclysm. And the gold lead brought down to just 2, or brought down to half for that matter. Wait, okay, yeah, no, that is correct. I looked at the timer, I was scared for just a moment. I thought something happened up top. Looks like nothing else. But it's really, really dicey for both teams. This could go either way, but Soul Point is towards UM5 was, honestly, overall, has complete control of the map at this very moment. There is no slowing down the action. 30, what is it? What's my math here? 30, 15, 15, plus 1, plus 2. 33 kills across the board in these 20 minutes They're looking to end it. They're looking to end it fast. UMP kind of wants to get this game over with so they can move on to the grand finals. UM5 is fighting for survival. Looking to stay in the runnings in this upper bracket. Obviously, considering there is a lower bracket, whoever loses still has a chance to survive and go to the lower bracket and ultimately face the winners of this matchup yet again. However, they want that affordability, knowing they have gone safely. They don't want to risk being eliminated down to the lower bracket as they step up a top dive. The turret is going to fall eventually, but the numbers are heavily implied down top. No vision as of yet. They're looking to get, as considering that now this tower has been destroyed, they're looking to finally get some vision down towards the top side, blue buff. Or blue side blue buff. Chuam brought super low, tries to escape, able to escape with his life, but has to commit the flash. Dragon Don John gonna move him away with his appetite-pleasing taste. But actually the solar flare goes down to Batal, or I take it back, Igni, and he has no choice but to accept the burst damage sent to his way. And the Baron is looking yummy and scrumptious for UMP. No pushes as of yet, but someone has to answer down bot, and I take it back. It looks like with this bot push, they will go on and set up down for the dragon. Denying the soul is their motion or their motivation in the 34th minute. They have the numbers advantage, no TP for Igni. Full 1 second behind as the dragon has already started. But everyone is making their way and rushing towards the dragon. This is a chance. Can Chuam steal it yet again? They're gonna take those odds. They see what HP the dragon is being. Gonna flash in, almost there, but Chuam will fall and give up his life. Igni gonna pop off the lock. So much damage does Igni have. Solar Flare goes down and Magnetic Storm gonna catch 3, but Prodigy will fall down super quickly. Scatter the Weak will stun out whatever Pacific has to do, but he's too tanky, and they are too tanky. Is UM5. The charm will go off, and Jarfan can do nothing but beat Charm as he sees his Syndra brought down. True Shot Barrage will barely miss. Will go down without a hitch as UM5 walk away with all but one. Black Ghost has to teleport, gets out safely, but not without the cost of a dire, or not the without essential summoner spell. The gold lead looks very favored towards UMP, but when all your gold is funneled towards your lock and no one else, it gets a bit scary. Especially once that gold hammer falls, there's nothing really else you could do. Gonna continue out with the pushes up top. We're gonna try to leave out and spread their resources thin. But no TP for Infernal Zed. They'll get this push yet away. Pacific actually tries to get some action, or rather Prodigy tries to get out of the ward, not knowing the Pacific is nearby. Numbers are favoring towards the bot side of this map. Trying to get any setup for the Baron as quickly as possible. Wards will go down, but looks like Batal is actually pushing more really far forward. Chuam actually gonna get stunned with the Zenith Blade. Solar Flare as well gonna come down, and Chuam has been picked off yet again. That's their jungler down. They have enough time to commit to this dragon, but Igni and Pacific has to back here. They pushed away the bot side. They have to answer the bot wave down below. They'll push, and actually they'll posture it, but they'll back away nonetheless. No one's gonna. That's gonna leave Ghost to answer the bot wave and stall out their chances with the Baron buff. Still a 3k gold lead. Soul point for UM5, however. Void Grubs as well for UMP. So could really use this chance to get the split push down. You see it? Look at the damage graph. There's nothing they could really do when Batal is actually poking your entire backline. Like poking them from doing really anything. 18 to 20. There's a kill difference. However, the gold lead is up to 3K. A lot of control has been made by UM5 down towards this bot side, forcing every single time for them to back and try to make an answer, have a response down. Bot side. Looks like Brahim is the one to answer and has been the one to answer every step of the way. Ghost just leaving and taking his time to really scale up and get the damage he needs to do so he can kill out this Ezreal from, make him a significant threat. Insignificant threat, rather. The pick capabilities is very, very favored for UMP. All they need is one chance to pick out the backline. One step, and they will push out all the way. True Shot Barrage will be committed to check out the Baron for information. No significant actions. Garfan pushing forward, actually seeing out Batal, but Igni Pacific and Chuam are all lying in wait on the bottom side jungle. The blue side red buff. And they'll back away. Again, no action has happened as of yet. They're really trying to wait. The gold lead is slowly being lost for UMP here. They really don't want Batal to get any stronger than he can, but they really want to wait for Ghost to have that threat. They'll take the Xenoblade in. Looks like Locke will actually go into the backline. The damage is already done and made. He will have to flash away. Xenoblade as well has been pushed away. Then looks like the assassin will be backed away. Igni is already down into the backline from the flank. They will take 2. I take it. I take it back. They take 3. Looking to take 4. And the Eat will come and devour out what Chua, or rather Brahim, can do. Who flash away from the Haymaker. And they will ace without losing a single member on their squad. The gold lead is insignificant when UM5 pushes forward. They try to make a pick happen out for the Ezreal. It looks like they will even spread the push, or rather the resource take. Let Batal take out the dragon as they take the dragon buff. A complete change of pace from UM5's full Foundou. Though, I don't know how to say it. My French ain't too good. They tried to pick out Pacific early on, but Batal was free hitting. And Igni from the bot side, probably from a teleport, teleports all the way from the bottom side river, flanks them and picks off Black Ghost. So early on, the threat of the Syndra was made insignificant. And now they are looking to push all the way through with Dragon Soul. Not much can be done, and it's a tech pause as we look for this climax. It's getting dicey. One last chance for UMP's, or rather, UMP's Voidwalkers Academy to make something happen. They need a miracle to kind of answer whatever they throw. It's looking very, very dicey. Another tech pause and another ping issue. A bit of unfortunate happenstance is happening. I'm trying to think, am I using the right grammar here? A bit of unfortunate fights for UMP. They had a lot of the lead for these early picks. But again, the gold is all funneled towards the lock. And once that happens and the resources are all funneled into all but one, it gets a bit dicey. And of course, Raheem, not a true tank, can survive for long. But when you have a Tom Kench really just soaking and sponging all that damage, there's nothing you can really do with two juggernauts in the Jarvan and the Set. Looks like we're back in. We're looking at another. This is a best of 3. This is game 2. Raheem trying to punch and pummel his way into Pacific's face. There's not much you can really do. The Baron buff has already brought them down to their last two inner turrets. Trying to spread their resources thin, or their defenses rather, thin. Gonna finally commit down towards the bot side and take out the bot inner tower. Pacific trying to push forward, trying to get and pick off Brahim, but he will walk away, no issue. The turret will go down. It's a 3k gold lead. A complete flip in what has already been a back and forth game. Prodigy will be made, use the Zenith Blade to stun out, and the Solar Flare as well. But devouring his shield, full shield, Chuan will pick up Raheem down towards the bot side. They're taking too long to kill off Don John, and looks like they're making their way down through the bot inhibitor. They're gonna push forward. They have taken so much. They have given them an inch, and they took a mile. Is that UM5? They sent 4 against a tank who survived way too long. Brahim not tanky enough to survive long enough. When 4 members and 2 burst champions and an AD carry are there in your face, the gold lead is looking up to 4. There's nothing much UMP can do but stop the bleeding. There is a long ways away from coming back. 3 inner turrets stand remaining for UM5. Even if UMP are going to go out with a favorable favorable fight, there is still a lot of time to stall. The damage completely outspoken the Syndra, not significant at all. Pacific trying to go for a stun, but Igni will take away the stun for Jarfan, or put in the damage for Jarfan. Black Ghost brought down to very low HP as Batal tries to go in for a push, but it looks like it's another pause. More likely than not, it's ping issues, but the pause is not pausing the inevitable unless there is a significant response from UMP. 63 gold, 4k gold lead, UM5 full Foundou. Back into the action. Well, they'll back away. Black Ghost, what's the word? Crutching his way back to the fountain. They'll just push this, no issue. Batal doing so much damage from the distance, and we're back in for another pause. 24 kills and 21 kills. UMP with 21, UM5 with 24. Salt has been acquired by Full Foundou, representing UM5. They're taking this time to wheedle, just absolutely destroy UMP. UMP are coming off what looked like a dominant victory early, well, actually throughout the entire game. What could have been actually a great response from UM5, able to push away Jarfan, make him very much so insignificant in the early game, early to mid game for that matter. As much as this game has gone back and forth, Igni and Batal have all scaled to such a increased capacity in which they could do so much damage from a distance and get away. There's not only are they slippery, they are explosive, along with this drag Infernal Soul. And that's not to mention Chuam as well, as more likely than not Don John and Pacific can just soak in all that damage as we wait to see what can happen. I don't really think UMP has much of an answer. They need 2 more chances to actually win out this game. 2 favorable fights. Even in those moments, it has gone to a point where probably level differences and gold don't matter. For now, it does. We're one fight away until we reach that point. We are in the apex. In the apexial climax? We are in the climax of this match. 4K gold lead. UM5 has over UMP. And it looks like the set as well really not doing it for them. The Haymaker and Showstopper has done no damage to the backline when Ari has 3 Spirit Rushes and the Flash, and Batal has an Arcane Shift. There's no problem. They can just walk away, no problem whatsoever, taking no damage. They can look for the fights as much as possible. But if they can dash away and move away from all the stuns that UMP throw at them, and it looks like UM5 full Foundou is just gonna walk away with the victory. I said walk away really a lot of times. Regardless, this is match 2 of the upper bracket semi-final. It is currently 6 p.m. Morocco time, and we're looking at game 3. Timer slowly dwindling away, waiting as we see who will come out the victor and move on to the grand finals. Looks like Igni will actually take the disconnect. (24) kills to 21. UMP slowly losing this game. Actually, not even slowly, quickly losing this game from their hands. What should have been has been actually a back and forth game. Unfortunately, completely outclassed by UM5's full Foundou, completely pushing them from gaining any resources, really making this kind of picking composition all for nothing. To get back into the action, we're back. Everyone's moving all okay. Top inner turret finally destroyed. Inhibitor turret, last 2 inhibitor turrets standing for UMP. 2-shot barrage. Gonna barely miss out Ghost as they push out the mid. Taking out the second inhibitor tower. They're gonna back away, no issue. Gold lead has stemmed to 5. What has been a mechanical overall macro dominance from UM5. UMP are bleeding slowly, sorry. Set up. Solar Flare gonna go over to Batal and he will be popped. Clean kill for the side of UMP. That gives them a chance. Batal probably, maybe he was like backing on a ward. I'm not too sure. Maybe the minions spot him. But a bit overconfident, completely unaware of what Prodigy could do. Good stun overall. Damage from Igni's Orb of Destruction is looking scary for Infernal Zed, and tried to set up anything for Igni. But he was left alone for quite some time. Could have pulled the trigger then and there, but no vision control whatsoever for UMP. They had to play in from their half of the map the entire way, not even pushing away past the second inner turret rather. They're gonna take away the Scuttle Crown, no issues. Vision placed. Again, complete macro control from UM5. Really taking away, considering that the bot lane's inhibitor turret has fallen. These sieging minions are gonna take all their time in slowly pushing and making them bleed from this bottom side. The gold lead has dwindled down to 3 from its original 5. Regardless, everyone on UM5 are a deadly threat. There's nothing they can really do unless they have this pick style composition work by picking out what they can. Igni brought all alone, but TP, or not even TPs, but his team is not too far away. The Baron has spawned yet again. The control more so towards UM5. Gonna try to make something happen down towards the bot side. Inferno Zed left alone as 3 members try to chase him away. He has to move and blink away, blink over the wall. As they're slowly collapsing down towards the bottom side, looks like Ibrahim will start the fight out with the Showstopper. Still has the Haymaker, but is devoured immediately. The Showstopper will go down to the bot lane. Igni tries to dash away and move to safety. However, while the rest of the team pushes forward, Batal and his whole squad is right there behind him. There's nothing UMP could do in their own jungle. They will be aced with not so much as losing HP. Their damage is so insignificant. The gold lead has well barreled over, and the macro control of UM5 really shows with UMP taking, UM5 taking over game 2. This Syndra was not the pick for the bot lane. Actually, you know what? It didn't even go down to picks. I saw the vision for UMP. However, UM5's ultimate controlling dominance of this map brings us to the last match of the night. We are tied 1-1 in this upper bracket semi-final. How will they answer? We will have to wait and see. As UMP lost a chance to move on to the grand final, and full Foundou have given themselves another chance. Igni and Batal doing so much damage to their backline, and unfortunately Ghost and Jarfan, a complete, completely dominated and suppressed in this match. Jarfan was pushed out very early on in the early game, could not do much. And frankly, for this matter, Donjon, who was completely dominated early in the first game, was able to suppress and push away the set pick from Brahim. And now we are looking at game 3, ladies and gents. 37 minutes. We were here in game 2 for 37 minutes. Ultimately, now we have gone to the last game of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, please stick around as we still have more League of Legends to come.
Oh, we got the bottle service VIP section for having a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last game of tonight's match. This is the last game in the match between Voidwalkers Academy representing University Mohammed Premier. I don't want to say it because I feel like I will butcher the name, versus Foundou representing University Mohammed Sang de Rabat. I hope I'm saying that correctly. This is fearless draft of game 3. And as we can see already, similar bands across the board from the last game, going out with the Diana. Sorry, not the Diana, the Yorick and the Kazakhs. And this time it's a bit different. Instead of banning the Wukong, UMP's Voidwalkers have gone and picked the Wukong themselves. It is currently 10. Oh, sorry, not 10. It is 6:33. Wait, is that the right math? Sorry. Yeah, it is 6:30. Sorry, 7:33 Morocco time. I hope I got the right math. And this is game 3 in this best of 3. We're down the line. They've given each other the picks they've banned before. They've gone and given themselves the Wukong, and they have gone and given themselves the Echo. UMP came off game 1 with a dominating victory, actually chasing them all throughout the map, all in all cylinders, without stopping. And in game 2, UM5 actually, full Foundou, just destroyed them macro-wise. They had complete control of the map. They had completely pushed out Jarfan and made his early to mid game significant. They had so much damage that Black Ghost could not do any damage back. And for that matter, they've given up the Camille, which is probably going down to support, I want to say. Again, this could be flexed off differently. The Hextech Ultimatum, a great choice when they want to go in for the picks. Maybe if they're going down for the bot lane, we might be seeing maybe a Galio down in mid. Classic combination for a Camille. On the opposite side, we got the monkey Wukong playing out for the jungle, probably being picked out by Jarfan, no issue. Infernal 0. Infernal Z actually going to be picking out the Orianna to match up Prodigy with the Bard, which is a surprising pick nonetheless. And it looks like we'll have to wait for just a moment. Sorry, ladies and gents, we've been facing a bit of technical issues from both teams quite frequently between the two teams. Regardless, it is Voidwalkers Academy versus Full Foundou. It has been a complete difference page turner that Full Foundou pulled out from out of nowhere in game 2. Don John completely suppressed Brahim's aggressive, playmaking style that he had with the Garen. He instead picked up the set, but the Tom Kench played so much better. Great choice of summoner spells, going in for the Ignite, winning up those what should really be a little more coin flip 1v1 between the two, but the Ignite really pushing it favorably towards Don John up in the top lane. And Jarfan had no answer to Pacific. Pacific really pushed him out of his way, out of his camps. Mind you, he wasn't alone. He had Chuam with him to really just guide and push and stuff Jarfan's fire, playing in Jarvan, his namesake champion, forcing them to game number 3. And honestly, it was a complete mind boggle by Full Foundou. Wait, you know what? Not mind boggle. Maybe that's the wrong word. It was a complete, dominance. It was a complete step on moment by Full Foundou, which they should have they might most have likely felt really good after that game. Because what I saw there was some real good League of Legends from Full Foundou. What seemed like chaos with Voidwalkers early in game 1, they had no response from that chaos in normal League of Legends. In what was a much more simple composition from Full Foundou, more so poking back, more so pick. Not sorry, why say pick? Sorry, poke heavy composition with the Ezreal and Ignis on Ari. They really could get in, get out from a distance. They could keep their distance well, all the while dishing all this damage to Voidwalkers, and they had no choice but to sponge all that damage, ultimately leading to their demise here in game 2. The Jarvan really could not take any more damage, and it didn't help as well when Infernal Zed had all the team's gold really funneled into his own pockets. It was very difficult really for Voidwalkers to really come out of that late game the victors in what was an already dicey back and forth mid game. Ultimately, Full Foundou had complete control of the map. They took an inch and made it a mile, and they just completely stomped on Voidwalkers there. Now we could see something a bit different for Voidwalkers. You know, they ultimately gave up both teams gave up the junglers that they kind of wanted to play, giving them each other the monkey and giving themselves, who's his name, Echo. So who knows? Probably we're seeing a lot more assassins being built forward by the Echo. Maybe that's a mid lane. Who knows? Probably even a jungle. It all depends. I have no idea of these teams' tendencies. But ultimately, this was such a back and forth game. You know, Voidwalkers had a lot of the lead, but I think a bit of overconfidence, overstepping, well, more so. They, especially in this fight, somewhere down in the middle of this matchup, seemed like, I think, could have been the pebble that gave them the butterfly effect to their ultimate loss. Because a lot of the times they tried to engage, but of course they had so much range and so much capability to do damage from far and keep their distance, while keeping their distance rather. They just overstepped, and Full Foundou could just absolutely take advantage of that moment. When they have champs like the Leona, the Jarvan, the Set, who has to be on your face to make the action happen, nothing really good happens when you have Ari just dashing out to the back line while Batal's Ezreal really doing all the poke damage throughout their tanks. Really, the thing is, they didn't even really have tanks. They had a Jarvan, they had the Set, and considering how much Chuam pushed out Jarvan's Jarvan, he couldn't really build into tank. He was really relatively squishy for a Jarvan throughout that entire game. And now we are finally back into this game, into this champ select. Going out with the similar bands, we're probably gonna look similar. We all saw the jungle and the mid lane being picked out by Voidwalkers. I wonder what Full Foundou could pick out to counter out their mid laner. Oh, as well as the Bard, I forgot to mention. The Bard by Prodigy. I'm gonna pick out it's Echo Jungle. Okay. I'll just assume they're not really going for their own pick, giving each other picks, or leaving it as a mystery. Camille as well. I forgot to mention I forgot about Camille. It's been like 5 minutes, and the Camille was picked. I forgot about that. So the Camille, which has been the rave down in the support lane, Pacific, gonna opt in to that rave. Looks like we'll have a top lane pick for Dragon Donjon. What is he looking to play? Mind you, he was able to, nullify. Oh, given the Urgot that was banned for all 3 games, or not? Was it banned for all 3 games? It was banned for all 3 games. Yes, it was banned for all 3 past 2 games rather. All that's left is the AD carries and the support and Igni's mid lane. So I wonder what Ghost has to say. They might go in and might as well take away a lot of hyper carries, maybe. Actually, I don't know. What do they want to get rid of? What are they looking to get rid of, actually? Okay. Ambassador gonna go in for the ban, leaving a lot to be desired for Brahim to pick out from the pool. Mind you, this is Fearless Draft, so a lot of these picks cannot be replicated. The Kaisa gonna be banned out for Batal. What else are they looking for? They could target ban Batal here, if they so pleased. Another AD carry in... I forgot the dragon's name. Damn. Senna gonna be banned out for Batal. Interesting bans. Not trying to really give out the Senna pick. Okay, interesting. What is Batal looking to play in this last game? I think now look, they switched out. Ignis instead gonna go in for the pick himself. Looking to counter some way, somehow against the Oriana. Maybe we're looking at an Anivia, maybe a Cassiopeia. Actually, now that I think about it, Silas was a good ban, allowing him to play the Oriana himself. Gonna play out the range, so probably gonna be a bit different or spaced out. Azir will be picked up by Igni. Malphite from Brahim. This is a good pick for what is a team fight heavy composition for UMP. And last but not least, Ghost gonna pick out the Kate and further the range in which this damage could come from. A lot of peeling potential from this team comp from UMP. Batal trying to dodge all that engage, all that CC, all that teamfight capabilities, and honestly, not a bad pick by Batal. Gonna pick out the Xayah, gonna hope that Blade Storm keeps him alive. Or Feather Storm, rather. As we wait in the final moments before we head into the loading screen, this is Game 3 of the upper bracket semi-final. One step away from going to the grand final, where the winner of that grand final gets to represent the country of Morocco in University Esports Masters League. Moments away. Exciting times, exciting times. I cannot wait to see what UAM can do in the Echo and what Pacific can do with this Camille. Mind you, I haven't seen much of Camille in general as a support. I know it's popular at the moment. I don't really know why she's popular. Very pick, probably with the Hextech Ultimatum, a lot of damage could be done towards their squishies. Like able to get out, probably gonna use that, gonna zone out the Caitlyn. But very heavily ranged is this Caitlyn. There's a lot of escape capabilities, just including the range. Able to distance themselves against the Camille. And with the magical journey, surely the Caitlyn can farm up with no issue and get really, really strong here. Ladies and gents, this is Game 3, and what has been a really back and forth game. Both of these teams came off 2-0 victories in round 1. Now we're looking at their first losses against each other. If these two meet again in the grand finals, it would be a story to tell. Full Foundou, Voidwalkers Academie. 1-1. One last chance to go head into the grand finals. Actually, now that I think about it, they still have another chance. The loser of this match, unfortunately, has to go to the lower bracket, but risks elimination. Would it be Voidwalkers or would it be Full Foundou? Whatever it is, if you are watching, if you are a friend of any of the players here tonight, please cheer them on as we get right into the action. We are back on Summoner's Rift, UMP going to pick out the blue side once again. While UM5, in which I'll refer to them as full Foundou, and we're at a pause right off the gate. Woo! We have to wait for just a moment. Looks like they probably have to stabilize the lags or stabilize their lag. As we wait, oh, we're back into it. Looks like it was a temporary lag. Full out right off the gate. Pacific has to flash, or rather Infernal Zed has to flash away. Pacific was there. Had the Attack on Titan ready for the mid laner. We'll have no issue giving away the flash. Infernal Zed was picked off first blood yet again in the first game. Doesn't want a repetition of that first match. Pacific with a hook shot onto the wall, gonna bring Prodigy so low, and he so has to burn the heal with the ignite. Has to trade him away. Black Ghost has to find something, make something happen. He will trade away, but not without using a flash and a barrier. Or as you know, he didn't even give off the barrier. First minute 30, and we have 2 kills going on to UM5 with first blood being laid in the hands of Batal. All that is needed, all we have to do is wait. Perhaps Brahim can tank up, get that tankiness going, and take and absorb all the damage that they can do. Or all the damage that UM5 can do. Regardless, action-packed first minute 30. Junglers are not even gone to their second camps yet. Igni brought down so low. Infernal Zed actually just running him down. Still has the orb. It can use it at any moment. So low pixel HP. If he had the flash, that is a dead Azir. We'll have to pop the pot as they try to invade into the red bottom side red buff. Pacific will make Jarfan a main man. Will use the health advantage for Infernal Zed to make his way down to bot. They are made aware of Pacific's presence as they slowly collapse into the Camille. Still has a flash, and the hookshot will get out to safety. It was dicey, but I think he knew he could play with confidence. Pacific is going to take a bit of damage, but will ultimately outtrade the Orianna. Adaptive Shield, really useful when you're taking these 1v1 scenarios, especially as a support. Hook shot out onto the Orianna, gonna flash in as well. The Wukong's right there behind. There are 3 people gonna fight the 3 versus 2. Pacific, no flash, is gonna give away his life. The Adaptive Shield could not make him live any longer, and he does. Little but barely, just had to give on the kill to the jungler. And looks like they'll move on no problem and take the top side Scuttle Crab. And Chuam has to trade it down for the bottom. Dragon Don John will push away, no issue. This Urgot has been poked out, but could be dangerous once an all-in fight from Jarfan comes forward. A lot of range difference, I think, overall. As much as there are 3 melee characters, or rather 3 short-range characters on the side of UMP, they can more so get in your face and deal the damage there. Dragon Don John still needs doesn't really have that gap closer to get into the Infernal Zed, or Ghost for that matter. Igni and Pacific could be the difference maker in those scenarios. Regardless, the action has slowed down yet again. No pressure to be made as of the moment. The dragon is going to spawn in, but Chuam is going to take this reset for the first time, getting the Blasting Wand and his Dark Seal. Looks like Infernal Zed has actually been out-trading Igni in all these fights so far, albeit Just tagged out just to equal amounts of HP, but his team was waiting right behind him. Going to play in all their aggression, no problem. Riding the ultimate, all there for Igni. Could be essential in these team fights. They're gonna make their way. It looks like Pacific and Chuan will get the advantage they need and push away the jungler and gain access to the bottom side of this map. Chuan gonna be spotted by a well-placed ward down into the Raptor camp. Looks like Jarfan is gonna stay now. But they have no priority to take over this dragon. Instead, opting to play the cross map, trying to get into the invade, but he will be sad to know that there is no camps lying in wait for Jarfan. Dragon Donjon able to push him away, but the Malphite is good and tanky. Dragon Donjon gonna be run and forced to flash away from the Malphite ultimate that has been committed. It looks like the action will be quelled once more. Flash for flash in the top laners. Dragon Donjon, unfortunately, not able to do much damage to a tanky Malphite. Infernal's a little close for comfort. Could be brought into dicey waters. We'll have no issue, especially if Chuwam is there. Jarfan actually being chased out of his own jungle. He's going to be pincered by the Urgot. Has to dash away. Cyclone has been committed, has to flash. Pacific with the hook shot. Forces the flash out of Jarfan. The Wild Cyclone committed along with the flash. Again, another great macro play by UM5. Pacific has been such a roaming menace for Foundou. Oh, the Emperor's Divide, another flash by Infernal Zed. The Shockwave is going to be committed. Not enough damage to really be a threat. They're going to walk away. No issue. Pacific brought down to less than 30. But will gladly walk away for forcing that flash. And honestly, this looming threat of Pacific's Camille. There's such a great selection by full Foundou. Vorgroves has spawned Brahim. Just poking away with his Q. Or with his rocks. There's no issue for that. He's gonna take whatever chance he needs to get tankier. Make sure, but he has no real threat necessarily against the Urgot. Can't really 100-0 him. And in the extended fights, I think Dragon Donjon really wins out everything. We're gonna take the base. Prodigy, who is on the Bard, hasn't really made his presence be known. As compared to what Pacific is as a champion as of this moment. Oh, I take that back. Brahim gets the solo dolo to Dragon Donjon off screen. And is now a 1-kill advantage on the side of UMP. Of course, it doesn't matter in League of Legends. But Dragon Donjon quelled as of this moment. The Urgot completely nullified by the Urgot. From what looked like he had 60 HP. Oh, Jarfan gonna be spotted out by a good ward. Great ward nonetheless. Gonna force a 3v3 with Chuan actually hovering around blue, red side, blue buff. He's down towards the bottom side if any action is gonna happen. Forced to back anyway. He's back on top of a ward. Not forced to make anything happen. Tried to bait anything else. Oh, flash out by Pacific. Tries to make something happen. But that is a essential summoner spell brought down by Pacific, albeit the hook shot is made available to close the gap. Really tried to make something happen for Jarfan, but he will take the base, no problem. No unstoppable force for Brahim, but fear beyond death lays in the hands of Dragon Don John. More likely than not, could execute this Malphite if he's so pleased to extend it. Tries to force some action, able to get off proc off the electrocute, bring him for a little bit low HP, a little dicey. We'll take the trade nonetheless. Again, it's still okay, but Pacific has made his way down to the top side. Gonna fight away for the Void Grubs. They've completely taken over the top side. Pacific lying in wait, dividing sands. Sorry, Emperor Sands. Forget the way Emperor's Divide rather pushes Infernal Zed down past his tower into the river, and they will take the Void Grubs no problem. They tie up the kill list, but they move forward with a 1,000 gold lead. As they take over the top, as they take the Void Grubs, and Jarfan left to pick out the minions, as they just get as well. Not only are they taking over, they took over the top side. They have to force out the crossplay. No flash for Pacific, but this player, Pacific, on whatever champion he is never on his bot side. Playing so far forward, or not even so far forward, but playing this entire Summoner's Rift as it was his own lane. They're forcing away. The threat of a steal is looming. Rather not. It looks like Infernal Zed will make his way down to the Dragon's Pit and allow his team to get the dragon, no problem. Great trade of objectives. However, Igni may start to feel his pressure boiling. Yet again, Brahim able to poke out Dragon Don John. This was a similar gameplay, similar scenarios of what happened in game 1. Could it be the difference maker? He's forced to back, but still has the TP. Now Ignite this time. 1v1's looking a lot more dicey. TPing in, but looks like Pacific as well is top side. No flash available for the Malphite. Will spot out the Camille finally. And he will back away to safety. It's 3-3. 2k gold advantage. Trying to really get the picks out. Finally, Prodigy moved out of the bot lane. Finally made himself known in the topside river. Well, in these 1v1s, it looks like Black Ghost is actually going to lose right under his tower with the Feather Storm and Flash. Actually, not even committed by Batal right under his tower. Batal in a clean 1v1. So much damage. Just bursted out Ghost. And honestly, this is looking favorable for UM5. Prodigy probably stayed out a little too long, trying to match out Pacific's pace out and around the map. However, it's all for naught when your AD carry dies in your own tower. We'll take the push out. Shockwave and Cyclone will be made. Use Igni with the Emperor. Has to commit the Emperor's Divide and push out. Still has the flash. They're gonna chase him out from his lane. He'll probably back out to safety. Flashed over the red buff. So low. Sand finally he is killed. Ghost dived. Dove or either or. He just came back to lane. And UM5 answers for the chase and gets the kill onto the enemy and onto the Voidwalker AD carry. It looks like they'll open up the bot side map, getting out the first outer tower. They're trying to make something happen. Great crossplay by both teams as the action swings back and forth yet again. But the 2k gold lead lays in the hands of full Foundou. Although it may be temporary, we will have to see. It may take some time before the top side tower falls for Voidwalkers. Ultimately, Batal will take the switch and head down to mid lane to match out Ghost. Looks like the tower as well will not fall. It will not fall yet for the Voidwalkers. Instead, it will stay standing with just one plating left to its name. Finally, gonna try to cover over the Rift Herald here. Gonna be a bit dicey considering that 4 of the 5 members of UM5 are hovering around this top side. Gonna make something happen. No unstoppable force as of yet, but mainly a lot of the chain CC abilities are available now, and we're gonna go into a temporary pause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is match 3. Game number 3 of this matchup between Voidwalkers representing UMP and Full Foundou representing UM5. This is the last game of the upper bracket semifinal before we head over onto the grand final, wherein the winner of that matchup goes on to represent Morocco in the University Esports League, Masters League rather. This is a dicey situation, considering a lot of the advantage has been favored out towards UM5. Full Foundou has really taken over the map. All thanks to really Pacific. Just putting so much pressure, enforcing so much of the rotates. Prodigy really having no answer to the Camille rotate from Pacific rather. Not Prodigy. Prodigy is the one struggling against Pacific. Really trying to force out all the rotates. However, not only that, I think Ghost is kind of being outplayed at the moment by Batal. He was able to get the kill early on, down in the bot lane, down in a 1v1, not committing any flash, not committing any summoner spells, just really using the Feather Storm, killing him right under his tower. And now we have a complete change of pace, trying to take more of the control out on the top side. Sure, they have the first dragon, Voidwalkers, but right now the map really belongs to Full Foundou. 1 minute off the dragon. They're really hovering around this Rift Herald. So maybe once another fight skirmish happens here, they're gonna open up the map with the Rift Herald and push through and give them the chance to take over the bottom side and get that Drake down on their name. The gold lead right now is favoring Full Foundou with 3,000 gold, but if we even look further down, if we look at the carries, look at the gold difference right now between the carries. 1.2, it's a 1k gold lead favoring Full Foundou's Igni. Along with that, Batal is with a whopping 2,000 gold ahead of Ghost as of this moment. Completely outclassed with 3 kills to his 3 kills. It looks like Batal will scale a lot quicker compared a lot faster rather compared to Ghost. And all Ghost really needs to do is to farm up, keep up his damage from a distance. Get the gold, get the resources funnel. Once we head into the late game, maybe finally this range difference by the AD carry will come into play. But if along the way Pacific and Chuam really gets into the face of these 2 carries, that is Infernal Zed and Ghost, then there's really nothing this Caitlyn can do. There's a lot of playmaking potential with Prodigy's Bard. His ult is more than going to be used start up these team fights. But with the Unstoppable Force and the Cyclone and the Shockwave, there's a lot of CC chain. Pacific able to get out of the Rift Herald as we're come back into the action. And they're gonna instead rather the control more so favoring out UMP, able to get a lot of the damage. Oh, it looks like they'll give it up and play out to the bot side. Take this chance to get the Infernal Drag, but as a fight happens down, the TP by Infernal Zed out on the top. Maybe he was thinking so there was a rotate, or perhaps Chuam was somewhere in the background waiting. But a TP committed by Infernal Zed, a bit ambiguous, not necessarily ambiguous, rather assertive by Infernal Zed. Teleporting very early on, forcing now for Brahim to respond bot lane. As actually, you know what, this was a good play overall, but we're back for another pause between the two teams. Let me drink some water. Let me drink some water. Third pause of the matchup, or second pause. One either or. 5-5, the gold lead still favoring towards full Foundou. As we look now, great play. A little bit of a little preemptive teleport coming from Zed out into the top lane to no one who was really answering. Instead, it was Pacific who just showed his face. I think the threat of Pacific really signifies that some shenanigans may happen. But ultimately, they were able to get the Rift Herald and get the push down mid, allowing them to get Prio at the behest of the bot lane wave push. With a wave pushing so far into the inner bot side, inner turret. Great poke by Zed. Tagging up Pacific, unstoppable force, Emperor's Divide, able to push them away from the Azir. Igni able to move away to safety. Still has the Shockwave, no Cyclone. Actually, a Cyclone still available, but no Emperor's Divide to further disengage. This could be a flip, but there is no Azir as of this moment. Dragon's HP is dwindling. Chrono break out on the side. Chuam's already on the side, already onto the Dragon's pit, able to go in, but the Shockwave to two members of full Foundou, Vital and Dragon John can't really do much, as there will be poked out of their minds, and Pacifica, who was essential to their aggression they had, is going to pass away under his own turret. And it is a double kill for Igni. Regardless, the Dragon will go on to Voidwalkers, but the gold lead will be quelled just a bit longer, losing two members. As Prodigy fell so early on onto the matchup, they continued that dive, but nonetheless, the Malphite could not last too long against Igni. Actually, wait, he stayed a bit too long. Infernal Zed has made his way out to the top side, gonna force him to back away, shifting the sands and backing under his own tower. We could be looking at the top side being opened up finally, when they had the chance early in the first, I think in the first 10 minutes, had a chance to open it up. But of course, it's a Malphite, not really a big split push damage dealer. Actually, I take it back. Looks like Igni will teleport up to the top side, protecting it for a bit longer. As the Baron buff will spawn in the next 40 seconds. Garfan will be a made man by Scryer's Orb. Looks like they're gonna try to push away Pacific. Not too far behind his Prodigy, trying to set up a 3 versus 2. Trying to force something happen, the Tempered Fate, trying to catch them out. Pacific or use the hookshot to stun out Prodigy. Prodigy has to flash away. Infernal Zed able to be surviving, but the Shockwave with a lot of damage will come forward. Immediately traded, actually rather not, and right across in the mid lane. But Tal will fall and open up the mid lane. The top outer tower will fall. And the AD carry has been stopped as of this moment. 10-7, the gold lead slowly losing its value. Less than 1,000 gold in the advantage of full Foundou. However, it's great to funnel a lot of gold towards Brahim the tank, who's going to absorb so much damage coming in from Igni, coming in from Chuam, coming in from Batal. You probably want your tank to be tanky when you guys are fighting, despite the heavy 1k gold advantage, full item advantage for the AD carries. However, if the tank is able to survive all that damage, it does not matter. If you can deal damage from the way far behind. So they're just gonna take a lot of this top tower. They're not gonna really, or not necessarily top tower, but take a lot of this top side red buff. They're gonna be made aware. They know that Chuam's doing it. They're just gonna watch him do it. You can try to bait out with Ghost. Not really trying to force anything. Jarfan Prodigy gives up on the waiting. Nothing really. They didn't bother. He didn't bother moving down to the path on top. But this top outer tower is walking on its last legs. One last team fight. This could really open up the map. It looks like we're gonna have to wait for just a moment as we just clear out the vision from this map. One team fight could really open up either or. If this goes into the favor of UM5, if Foundou, they really extend the lead they have with these carries. However, if this goes better towards Voidwalkers, this could be a bit scary for a Malphite, who is getting tankier and tankier. The kill pressure on this Malphite is slowly dwindling away. It looks like they're probably going to set up for the Baron? Are setting it up? No? Oh, it looks like they're going to set up for the Baron. They're actually... Okay. There's nowhere to respond. No response as of this moment. But they're going to be made aware of the shenanigans and they're going to back away. The damage isn't really there. They can't really burst it this early into the game. But they force the rotate. The dragon has spawned. The jungler of Voidwalkers heading towards this this mountain dragon. Teleport gonna come in from Don John, or rather Brahim. Gonna stop whatever dive plans they had. Prodigy as well made his way down to the top side. Pacific can't really do much. Has been brought down to half HP. They are scared of this Malphite. Dragon will probably go towards... Oh wait, I take it back. I can't really see what's happening, but Batal is low. No Feather Storm available. Will be popped, but not without doing so much damage to Prodigy. And he will kill, or rather, it is Jarfan that will take out the drag, but dashes into Chulfam. Pacific has to hook shot away, out and Emperor's Divide, out to safety, but not without picking off the Infernal Zed. But it's a trade, back and forth, trade for lives. It's 13-9. The gold lead doesn't matter anymore. And what is close? What was so close? The drag goes on. It's a 2-for-3 plus a dragon for the Voidwalkers. And they will take and open up the mid lane. They continue out this pressure. Probably set up more so for the dragon, for the Baron buff. In the next 5 minutes or so, their gold lead has finally gone in favor of Voidwalkers. And not in Pacific just does no damage. 7 levels ahead is Brahim. And 2.5k ahead over his own laner. Hasn't backed yet, but once he backs, he probably has a third item to his name. And with a Mountain Soul along the way, this is getting scarier for full Foundou. Pacific gonna sit out on a ward. Prodigy finally having a lot of this roaming presence be made known, especially out on the top side. No action yet down towards the bot. The outer tower for the full Foundou. Still left up. And we're out for another tech pause. How's everyone doing today? Thanks for staying in for the stream. Thanks for watching. Again, ladies and gents, this is the upper bracket semifinal between Voidwalkers Academy and Full Foundou. Voidwalkers Academy representing UMP. I'm not going to say the name. I'm messing up my French. And UM5. And Full Foundou representing UM5. This is one step away. This match is one step away from the grand final where they can get a chance to represent their country of Morocco in the University Esports Masters League. It is currently 8:17 p.m. 8:17 p.m. Morocco time. I'm messing up my words. And as of this moment, what seemed similar to last match where UMP's Voidwalkers had the lead in the gold, it doesn't matter when the control of the map is in the favor of Voidwalkers, frankly. And I think the gold is going into the necessary parties that need it. The Malphite is getting extremely tanky, and the pressure of the Camille is slowly being lost. When it comes to a full frontal 5v5, the Camille won't be as useful, but actually, wait, I'm not too sure if that was from the Tempered Fate. It was from the Tempered Fate. I had thought that, okay, go into another pause. Fourth pause. What is happening in the chat? What are they saying? I hear the chat box moving, but I can't see the chat. Nonetheless, ladies, this is the upper bracket semifinal, as I was saying. Go where the winning team of on Thursday's matchup gets to represent Morocco in the University Esports Masters League, while they go against universities from across the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe for a prize pool of 1,000 euros. We're finally back. Batal really had Ghost's number in the early phase of this game. Laning phase, rather. Oh, back away. I hope we don't have another pause for the next 10 minutes, because this game could be changed or could end in the next 10 minutes once a fight happens. We will have to see. In the next 2 minutes, a dragon fight will more than likely happen. Oh, Pacific down the ball lane, use the hook shot and the Hextech ultimatum. We're gonna bring out Infernal Zed, super low, but the damage isn't there. The Cyclone over the Shockwave, gonna bring Pacific so low. Don John able to use the Fear Beyond Death to execute the Wukong. But Caitlyn is fast attacking and dealing the damage. Igni able to trade out Infernal Zed, and it doesn't matter, because it's a triple kill, but Batal as well, down in the bottom side river, left so low, the seismic shard thrown out, delaying the inevitable. It's an ace for Voidwalkers. And this could be the step that cracks the back. This could be the crack that cracks the back of Full Foundou. 1 minute, or less than 2 minutes left remaining for this Mountain Soul, and the advantage is heavily favoring Voidwalkers. The gold lead is more than insignificant, and out of that triple kill, the gold is starting to match out for Ghost and Batal. They have more than equaled in gold these two AD carries. But the damage coming in from the Shockwave and the Cyclone is way too much. This could be the difference maker. Or rather, this is the difference maker in the two compositions. Where one team wants to look for picks down in your side lane, the other wants to fight together. You can't really do much when the team wants to fight and stick together. I'm gonna dash in. I'm gonna blink. Just try to poke out Jarfon, but the dragon is spawning in less than 20 seconds. The setup is already there. With the TP made for Don John, ready to TP at the ready's notice. Tempered Fate barely missing out. Pacific. It's one ultimate down. However, Team fights can be scary. Brahim has already made his way down towards towards mid. Don John will take his time and get the top tower, but the fight has already started. They're going to see the teleport from Don John. Pacific has been brought down to super low HP. The Cyclone and Unstoppable Force both splitting up the map, dividing the Emperor's Divide from being ever used out into the team fight. And slowly but surely, Batal will be able to make his way out of there. But Infernal Zed still has the shockwave. They'll back away. They're going to force themselves to take the push down to the mid lane as they take down the Mountain Soul. Infernal Zed gonna wait out in the bush as the Mountain Soul goes towards Voidwalkers. And they will make their way, chase them down, possibly get a Baron off of this play. Who knows? Don John gonna try to dash away with his shield. He has to flash now, but there's a magical journey to chase him down. It's all for nothing. It looks like the Baron will probably go towards the side of Voidwalkers. He so choose to start it. What looks like Igni will try to delay it. Will deny the attempt at taking the Baron by further pushing out the top lane. Oh, they're chasing him down. Igni gonna shift his sands out towards the wolves. Trifan lying there, no flash, or has the flash. Could be forced. Gonna use the Emperor's Divide. But it's all for nothing. Prodigy picks up the kill. 21 kills to 11. Chuan tries to take a fight, has to flash away, brought down so low. No ult, or still has the ult available. Rewind. But now that they forced him out of the fight, it looks like now they'll finally start the Baron. And everything is slowly working for Voidwalkers. The Baron will go with no issues. Wait, unless Chuam has something to say. Gonna try to dash his way in. Guys, stole the Baron! He stole the Baron! 21 kills! Oh, rather, wait, the Hextech ultimate goes down. Picks off Infernal Zed down to his tower, under his own tower, as they take the mid inner tower. But Tal able to escape with his life. Flash and Feather Storm, Pacific as well, having to flash away. Jarfan finally gets the kill into Chuam. But it's too little too late. The Tempered Fate gonna stall out Pacific's back time. And they will pick out as much of the team as possible. Oh my god, he escaped. Pacific escapes with his life. And the Baron buff will remain with 4 members of full Foundou. And it's another swing in the favor of full Foundou. Maybe it's Foundou? 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 I'll call them FF. Pacific invading out to the red buff. Chuam steals the Baron. What looked like a gimme, a givey, or a free, it was a freebie for Voidwalkers. Oh, Igni doesn't have the Baron buff. Regardless, the Baron is there for Voidwalker, for full Foundou. It looks like Igni will be picked off using the Emperor's Divide, but the numbers are a little too great down towards the bot side. As Batal pushes down to the mid, he still has the empowered minions to push out the mid lane. Take out a lot of the chunking out a lot of the towers. Has to use the Feather Storm to deny the Tempered Fate, but now you have no flash, no means of escape. Pacific is there, gonna do a lot of damage to Prodigy. Unstoppable Force out onto Batal. They're gonna chase out to Pacific. Batal was able to pick one off, but looks like Pacific will fall, but not without Don John teleporting down right in the middle of everyone's faces. He has to find a way to escape, or this could be dangerous. They're losing their Baron buff. Dragon Don John will fall. It looks like and Voidwalkers will move away from that Baron steal and push barreling down the mid lane. Chuam has no choice but to go back. He has to stall the split push, and they can look to honestly end right here and now the Cyclone, and the Shockwave all is available for Voidwalkers. This could be it. They're right down towards the inhibitor tower. They could get off here and still push away for the Elder Dragon. And it looks like they will. They'll stall out the timers and instead trade out the inhibitor tower and take an answer to the pushes happening down in their top and bottom lane. Take it back. They're not backing just yet. They look bases hoping to lure them in. The Elder Dragon's less than a minute, or almost a minute. Black Ghost will teleport right in front of the face. The Pacific will be caught out. Unstoppable Force has to be committed to Batal. The Unstoppable, oh, the Shockwave being dodged along with the Cyclone. Batal able to pick out the Orianna, or rather the Wukong. Pacific brought down so low. I don't know how this damage is coming out, but there's no damage dealing when you only have the cake. And the Caitlyn has fallen. Rahim will fall, fear beyond death, and Chuam will pop the rest of the team. And it's another swing, and the timer's a little too long. Could this have been the fumble for the Voidwalkers? More than 40 seconds onto the death timer. Black Ghost has fallen so early. Igni, more likely than not to get this inhibitor tower. Are they looking to get more than just the inhibitor? They will back away. It's a swing back and forth. Black Ghost gets picked off so early on by Specific, caught basing on a ward, and just pop with no summoner spells like a flash and a barrier being used, and we are left to come on with another tech pause. We're right there. We're in the finish line. I beg you, Wi-Fi, stabilize. The goal lead has skyrocketed to 5k, but again, we have gone to a point of no return where goal does not matter. It is left to a coin flip of a fight for this Elder Dragon to determine the grand finalist, the first grand finalist of this matchup, of this tournament rather. Ghost will have to disconnect. Looks like is the suspect for this tech pause. As we wait and see what will happen. Although the goal difference, it does not matter. Yes, the Dragon Soul, however, does matter. All they need is to keep Ghost alive. But all full Foundou has to do is to make sure that Caitlyn is dead. And once he's dead, once the Emperor is able to push away the initial engage, once Batal is able to go into the Featherstorm and kind of deny all of their zero ins, is that the right word? All ins rather. All of the all ins from Voidwalkers, then it's left for nothing. They can't really do much. They can fight the front to back, but I think, honestly, I think when it comes to front to back, as long as they pick off the Kate, front to back doesn't matter. Because there's a lot of chance to get into the back line with the Echo, with the Camille. This is most definitely the coin flip fight. This is one last fight. Both inhibitors down. Both mid lane inhibitors down from the teams. Which one of them, which of these two teams is going to the grand finals of this country qualifier? What do you mean? There's a match scenario. What's the match situation? Dragon will spawn. They can actually easily burst this. They could burst this down, albeit Batal is slowly gonna come back into the game, or come back onto the Rift. However, it's gonna be a long time before their heavy hitting tank, or not your heavy hitting tank, their damage absorbing tank comes back into the game a whole 15 seconds, and that could be the difference maker. Not only is the tank dead, but Zed is also dead with a whole 6 seconds left on his respawn time. Is there anyone actually willing to? Yes, they have. They have Igni. A lot of DPS from Igni, so they could burst down this Infernal Dragon really, really quick. Not even available to answer is the rest of the team. Where can I see him? Is he just spawning? I think, yeah, Jarfan is just spawning in. So he himself as well. He's so far away from coming back onto the rift and doing some really hard-hitting damage. Hard-hitting damage on the Elder Dragon, rather. There's no contest. It looks like it's going to be a freebie out for full Foundou. 8:33 p.m. Morocco time. It is currently 7 to 7. It's currently 7 to 7. It is currently the 7th of July. It is a Wednesday or Tuesday evening here in this upper bracket semifinal. A lot on the line. As we wait, he hasn't made his way back. Ghost still hasn't. Oh, and he's gone again. Ghost, come back. Ghost, come back. Please come back. Please come back. Do we have Ethernet cables? I hope you guys find an Ethernet cable somewhere now. Surely there's an Ethernet cable somewhere lying around your guys' houses. I don't even use Ethernet cable. I use Wi-Fi. But I'm sure if I look around, probably like under my couch, I probably have an Ethernet cable. A lot on the line. I understand the pressure, but this is a good moment for them to breathe and come and probably recalculate how they want to answer. Or how, rather, you know what? This is a better moment for Voidwalkers to kind of regain, even if they do take out the Elder Dragon. They could still fight favorably, considering Malphite is super tanky now. All they need is one burst damage towards their backline, towards their Azir, towards their Zaya, and the rest of the team could fall. However, if Caitlyn falls, if Ghost dies in the first 30 seconds of that fight, or rather first 10 seconds of that fight, that could be the end of Voidwalker's run in the upper bracket semifinal. They had a chance, but Ghost got on. As we wait for him to actually return.
A summoner has reconnected.
And he's back. Can I see the 5 seconds timer coming onto the pause time, signifying the resume to action, and we are back in this game. And I said, oh my god, oh my god. Looks like we're going for another pause. We have to wait. I wonder. I haven't seen chat. Let me check chat out. How are you guys doing? Let me open the chat as we wait in this tech pause. Yet again, probably like the 6th pause of this match. Thanks, Marsh. 338 for saying you are doing well. UM UM5 specified for 2-0. Looks like not. It is a 1-1. This is a difficult game. Who can come back? We will have to see, either or in a situation where they have to come back. All I want is one of the players to come back from this tech pause. And we can go on to have our dinners. And we have turned back. Every guy is still fall. Still so far away. Doesn't look like they have a play time any enough to, oh, tempered fade. Stall, but they're too far away. They have too much damage to handle. And now we wait 2 minutes on the Elder Dragon clock, or a minute 30, I can't remember. Will something happen? Will there be a fight? Will they risk the fight? We'll have to see. The Baron spawning in 50 seconds. The fight could happen here. This is dicey. Now, they're gonna try to set up for the Baron. But the vision control over on the side of UM5, full Foundou, has taken over their topside jungle. Or at least more so the early entrances of topside river. We're gonna take this time, finally now, 10 seconds left. Out for the Baron. Considering how fast and how quick they took the Elder Dragon, they can take out this Baron buff super fast. Considering that everyone is now level 18, probably maxing out with one last item to their name. They're gonna take down the dragon. They're gonna take instead. Voidwalkers are gonna opt in to force a split down towards the bot lane, or were they completely oblivious to something happening out for the red buff or the Baron buff? Baron buff finally taken by full Foundou. This is one last match, one last fight, one last stand for Voidwalkers. Let me hydrate. Right before this match happens. Right before the fight happens. They're pushing out, they're trying to siege out everything from the top side. And not too far behind is Pacific. Pacific right down in the mid lane. Trying to bring in the minions and siege from two sides. Raheem trying to split up and divide the match, divide this angle here, so not allowing Pacific to enter out from the back line. However, now Raheem slowly inching his way forward, sees the back line. They have their flashes. They could easily escape here. The GA made available for Jarfan, so he can go in no problem and survive no issue. Spell shield able to keep himself alive and make himself push forward recklessly if he so wanted to. Not only does he have the flash, he also has his hook shot to move away to safety. They're slowly inching their way forward. One of them has to back, Zed has to back. Seismic Shard hits out onto Don John. He will have to back away. Looks like the rest of the team as well will take what they can. They got one tower and they will reset. As inevitably, the Elder Dragon will fall, or Elder buff will dissipate. It's now or never for either of these teams to have an answer for full Foundou or Voidwalkers. Prodigy pushing forward. We're in the last stretch of this match. It's been 40 minutes. Gonna take the reset is Ghost. Batal actually has the Guardian Angel now as well. Looking confident. Looking happy with the items he has. Full build is the AD carry. Full build is the Azir. One a full item away is Ghost. Forward. Just walking forward. Just walking forward. No issues yet so far. They're not going to continue on with the push or continue on with this siege. They're gonna hover around the bot lane, try to get rid of the inhibitor tower there. Then they're able to nullify as much as this push as possible. Is Voidwalkers. They stall as much as possible, waiting for the Baron buff. Oh, the Baron buff is gone now, so back on equal playing field is Voidwalkers. Igni not too afraid to push away, but if you can even look at the map, it's completely dark for the side of Voidwalkers. They have no control of this map. They need to make a fight and gain that control, but the Elder Dragon is coming back in less than a minute. This is the do or die fight. Ghost is taking and handling out the top side wave. The bot lane control, especially the bot side jungle control, is impeccable from full Foundou. They're slowly making their way, inching towards the Elder Dragon. The Dragon Pit will be filled by an Elder Dragon in the next 20 seconds. Something needs to happen here. The control needs to happen now. Ace in the hole, able to stun out Chuan, but still has his rewind, no problem. Bring himself to good amount of HP, but they're being chased now. Down towards the bot lane. Pacific is not too far behind. Cyclone is going to connect out with the Dragon Don John. The fight is going to connect in. The spell shield down by Pacific. He has the hook shot away out into towards the blue buff side. Jafan, no more Cyclone. Keep himself alive. Prodigy flashes forward, but Igni is pushing down the mid lane. The shockwave stalls out the push as much as possible. The teleport is coming out from Brown John, but cancels it. It's Pacific. He's gonna take away the tower. Red Infernal Zed will push and handle whatever Zed has to answer. It doesn't matter. Igni will destroy the base all on his own and take the victory. Full Foundou go on to the grand finals. And Voidwalkers Academy is relegated to the lower bracket. In what was a close match that could have gone any other way, it has ultimately gone towards Full Foundou. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a heater of a match. Full Foundou with an extensive victory. 42 minutes in, Batal inevitably just the bigger damage dealers. They had the choice. They made the play. Igni read it. I don't know if he read it like a book, but he just said, I'm going to push down mid. He took out the towers. He took out the inhibitor. And he took the end of the game. Pacific with a clutch stun onto Brahim, who tried to teleport back to base. Infernal Zed was too little, too late. TP'd all the way back. He completed it, but he was already gone. It was already gone. The Nexus had exploded. Ladies and gents, your semifinalists or semifinal winners are a Full Foundou, and they're heading to the grand finals. Probably relieved. Anyways, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching. This has been the road to University Esports Masters, and we are one game away from making it to the grand final, wherein the winner of that grand final goes on to University Esports Masters League. Thank you so much for watching. I have been your commentator, Fifth Man. Thank you so much for watching. Please have a good night.
You